I'd like to welcome you all to a meeting of the Town Council. And at this time, I would like to ask you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, we got a long night ahead of us. A few hours ago before the meeting, someone asked Keith Hickey if he thought we'd be out of here by 8 o'clock, and he replied, "I'll be happy if we get the Pledge of Allegiance done by 8 o'clock." So, hopefully we'll be able to step it up a little quicker than that. Okay. Start off with announcements. Okay, and these are upcoming town council meetings. Tomorrow, we'll meet at 6 p.m., the final review on all department budgets if we don't finish that this evening. Thursday, a regular council meeting, including total update from Ted Pignatelli and finalized recommended operating budget and special warrant articles. Thursday, February 1st, is a non-public meeting for negotiations. Thursday, February 8th, 7 p.m., regular council meeting. Tuesday, February 13th, 7 p.m., bond hearing if necessary, deadlines for petition warrant articles. Thursday, February 15th, 2007, budget public hearing. Wednesday, February 21st, 2007, filing period opens for town officials, and it closes March 2nd. Thursday, the 22nd, is a regular council meeting where we'll be signing the final warrant and the budget. And Monday, February 26th, is the deadline for posting the warrant and budget. Committee vacancies. For a complete listing of all town vacancies, please go to www.ci.merrimack.newhampshire.us. As always, I'd like to thank the Merrimack Village District for providing us with water this evening. Okay. Okay, comments from the press and public. I see no one coming up. And very quickly, just to let everyone know what our plans are for this evening. We'll be going over general government and media and debt service, the final items that we haven't done a review for. Next, we'll have a discussion of the non-union cost of living adjustment. And then at that point, we will have a quick discussion, review of revenue and appropriation changes made during budget process. And then we'll get to basically where the rubber meets the road, and we will be going town department by department in the order that you see. And the councilors will be making their adjustments to the budget. And prior to that, is my understanding that Mr. Hickey, our town manager, also has some adjustments he would like to bring forward to the council. With that being said, Keith, you're up.
First on the agenda this evening is the media budget. It's located under the Other tab in your budget book, for those who haven't been able to find it. Basically, this is for the community access television station that Nick manages for us. There are two major changes within the cable TV budget that I want to make the council aware of. One is currently in the 2006-07 budget, there is one full-time person and two part-time people. Nick has proposed, and I would agree, that we would like to eliminate one of the part-time positions and make it a full-time position, meaning that the 07-08 budget has two full-time positions, a media coordinator, which is what Nick, the position Nick currently holds, and an assistant media coordinator. That would be a full-time position and one part-time position. So it's still a total of three positions, with just flip-flopping the part and full-time. The other change is, or significant increase, is under video and office equipment. Nick has proposed to make some fairly significant improvements to the infrastructure at the television studio. I would remind the council that the entire budget that's being proposed this evening is covered completely by the local access revenues that we collect from Comcast now. So there is no impact per se to the tax rate based on the increases in the proposed budget. Beyond that, the budget is basically the same, no significant increases to deal with. There is a decrease in the legal fees from $10,000 to $5,000 because we do have a contract in place that's in place for the next couple of years. So there really is no reason to have any significant legal fee budgeted. Beyond that, Nick's here to this evening. If anybody has any questions for either he or I, we would be happy to try to answer those for you.
Okay, if we could continue the way we have, where Nick would come forward.
He's coming.
And we'll begin the questions at Tom's end. Tom Mahon.
Okay, so you're proposing to eliminate the part-time media tech that's shown in here at $20,774?
Right now, in the 0607 budget, there are two media techs.
Right.
Budgeted for the same amount of money. What we would do is, there is an opening right now. We would propose upgrading that position to a full-time position.
Okay. Other than that, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Nancy?
I have no questions. I think you've responded to our discussion during one of the meetings that the equipment needed upgrading.
Right.
And that's what's reflected here, so I'm fine. No questions.
Mike?
Can you come back to me, David?
Yep, I sure
Thank you.
can. Okay, the full-time position, the question I would have, is there a job description for that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And I'll tell you my concern with it. The only way I would support it, it would be if that position was, the qualifications was such that if Nick was to leave, this person could fulfill it. I'm really not looking to just have another part-time person working 40 hours instead of 20 hours.
No, I agree. I think that what we ultimately would be looking for would be just that fact. If Nick happened to leave for some reason, we would have somebody who's in the process of getting themselves up to speed, have a working knowledge and a background in this type of work, and would be a very viable candidate.
And ability to manage. I mean, I'm just
Absolutely.
saying, there was certainly some management that
No question.
he does. So I guess my question, in the past, sometimes we've had positions that have not completely been advertised, per se. Is this a position that you would expect to advertise? Okay.
And that's actually the intention behind the position itself, is just for long-term planning and even short-term planning, vacations and things of that nature, or if I were to get ill.
Okay.
We just want to have that backup.
That's fine. I just didn't know if this was going to be a matter of taking one of the part-time positions and just making it 40 hours and
No,
not
sir.
20, and
Nope.
that's where the questioning was. Okay, thank you. Betty?
Nicholas, when you put in for the assistant media coordinator full-time position, did you have all of the numbers been adjusted for the benefits?
Yes. And to give you an example, if you look under health insurance,
Yeah.
the health insurance line in 2006-07 was $13,665, and in 07-08, that's increased to just over $29,000, just to give you an example.
You cut legal fees in half?
Yes. Again, my rationale behind that was there is no contract negotiations or cable renewal negotiations for the next couple of years. We've got some money in there in case we need to speak to our legal advisor, but there really isn't any need to bring somebody on and spend any considerable amount of money while the franchise is still under agreement.
Okay. Travel and meetings, you doubled almost?
Again, just trying to acknowledge what we proposed, a second full-time person. We hope to get involved in some of the organizations that I think Nick is pretty active in now. Again, just to get them up to speed and have him be a very viable member of the staff.
Could you explain admin fee, general government?
Sure, if the council recalls, this exact same type of fee is in the sewer department. And what that covers is the expenses that are incurred by the general fund. This is basically reimbursing the general fund. We're using the exact same formula basis that we use in the sewer department. So for my time, for the payroll department, the finance department's time to process bills and pay bills and and do paychecks, those types of things, we charge the television station for those services during the year. And it's a way for us to recoup those
And the
costs.
only reason why I asked for the general public watching is because last year there wasn't anything.
Right.
And this year it's $17,342.
Right.
And video and office equipment from $10,000 to $75,000. What plans do you have? I know that you plan to upgrade, but
Excuse me. Out of the 6 cameras that we use at the public access studio, we currently have 2 that are functioning, and there are 4 desperate need of repair. Possibly may have to replace some of those cameras. So that's a portion of the upgrades with the public access studio, and along with some additional lighting there. Other upgrades include the conference room downstairs from here.
the conference room downstairs?
Yes.
How about up here?
It's all included, different, I should have said the town hall conference rooms, or the courtroom, both rooms.
Okay, and what about the other meeting room in the newer
I think it's
newer town hall?
Right.
Will that be upgraded too?
Yes.
So all 3 over here?
2 over here, with some additional cameras and lighting at the public access studio.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Tom?
Okay, so you're talking about upgrading, I guess, I just want to understand that a little better, the conference room in the other building?
Yes.
And this conference room?
And the the room that we're in right now.
Room we're in right now?
Yeah.
And you're going to do what? I'm sorry, just upgrade the cameras? or
Actually, downstairs in the conference room, we just have 1 camera.
The other building?
That's why you're confusing me.
Okay.
Because I thought when you said I didn't mean to interrupt, I thought when you said downstairs
The
that you were
finance
doing the finance department, so I'm saying, okay, now 3 rooms.
No, the conference room that's next to the assessor's office and general government.
All right, there's only 1 camera in the...
There's 1 camera, it's an older model, and from my understanding, there are board and committee meetings that already meet downstairs, so they're being recorded just with 1 camera. If we upgrade to 2 or 3 cameras, then more meetings could be recorded as we do in these rooms here, where we have 3 cameras to choose from, so that the smaller boards and committees will get the same sort of attention that the town council does.
Doesn't that require manning? Do you man the recording at all times, regardless of whether you need to switch camera views? Or
Yes,
You do, so even when it's just the 1 camera with a fixed view, you've got somebody in the booth
right.
monitoring that?
Because we have, even under this new structure where there's 1 part-time person and 1 full-time person, we always have 1 person at the public access studio for public hours, and then we have 1 person who's downstairs. So the only time that we won't be able to have 2 bodies manning those cameras is when there's 2 meetings going on. But right now, if there's, on Wednesday evening, let's say that the Conservation Committee meets, right now it's just a wide shot of the room if they're meeting in that conference room. What we'd like to do is just to be able to have just the same sort of quality that people have come to expect with the town council and the planning board meetings, the boards and committees that meet in that smaller conference room to get the same attention.
I hadn't been aware that you had somebody manning that booth all the time. I thought that all those shots with just single cameras like that went unmanned. You just turned it on and walked away. Not so, huh?
Not so, no, not when they meet in the courtroom. In the conference room, it is that way, but there's 1 wide shot. because that's
Yeah,
all there
but you
were.
have somebody sitting there watching and monitoring and making sure that the machine is running and the video and audio are both operating, or you don't have somebody down there?
Not presently, because we're just limited to that one camera. So you
Okay.
typically will have that person staying at the studio, working over there.
I heard it the same way you did, so I'm
Well, I
glad
did,
you...
so now I need to understand, if you do put multiple cameras in there, you're gonna have to have somebody manning that booth, right? You're gonna have extra man-hours to run those cameras, to swing them back and forth, and,
No, there's already someone scheduled during those hours.
Time out.
Okay.
Let me just so I understand. The question we have now, I think, if I may, is currently, if a meeting is going on in this courtroom, and there are 3 cameras, you have somebody downstairs switching from camera to camera.
Yes.
If you have a meeting in the smaller meeting room with the 1 camera, is there somebody downstairs that is working for Merrimack Access Television? Or is there a switch just flipped and that camera is left on, focusing on the table, and there's nobody downstairs in this building manning the control room?
There's no one manning the control room. On evenings like that, what we do with our staff is that we have, Monday and Tuesday, one of our employees will stay at the studio while someone is manning the controls downstairs for the room, for this room specifically. On Wednesday and Thursday, the person switches, so that the person who was at the town hall complex is now at the studio, and the other person is at town hall.
So there is a person
So
downstairs.
there is a person downstairs. The reason why I was saying that that's not always the case is that if there is just a meeting going on in the conference room and there's other work for that employee to be doing, then both employees will be at the studio, one of which is assisting the public, the other is basically multitasking. They're making sure that the meeting is being recorded from the TV studio, because we're able to do that as well, while they work on other projects in an edit suite. But when we upgrade the conference room, we will be able to have, there'll be more sense for that person to be downstairs manning the controls of those 3 cameras.
okay, but today, if that person has other work to do, they go do it. So what happens to that other work if they're gonna be here manning those cameras? Does it not get done?
No,
It just piles up or backs up, or, I mean, you've got enough work to do to keep people busy, but you're
Right.
gonna now increase the required workload here to have people manning the cameras here?
not
upgrade
necessarily,
that?
because unless a project has to meet a certain deadline, and also the hours that we have budgeted for those employees too, that there's other time to find it. But you are right that some projects may get pushed back because of it, but I don't think that it will necessarily affect the workload or dramatically change their,
Because we're only talking about 7 or 8 hours a week or something like that.
Right.
Those 2 extra days.
right. And typically, it's only one extra day where there's that extra meeting.
Can I bring up a follow-up statement,
Sure,
Tom?
please.
And on that, I'm just saying, everything's staying the same. If your budget got approved, you're getting an extra 20 hours per week of people in your department.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm just saying, in the end, even if you washed it was at 7, you are going to have additional 20 hours per help additional than you have anyways, than you have right now.
Exactly.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
wanted to get that
I
straight.
guess I'm still trying to figure out how much we're spending on having somebody man cameras and stuff in order to videotape the meetings. And it's nice and it's good to be able to watch the meetings. I'm just curious about that. So that was the cameras, the upgrade in the individual. Well, we've already talked about that. So that's all I had, I guess.
Okay. Am I dreaming, or did I watch Finley walk in here?
He brought the wrong books, so we'll be right back.
Okay. Mike?
So we're looking at 2 full-time and 1 part-time, was that correct?
Right.
Consultants, what do you guys use consultants for?
We've used consultants for actually different upgrades to the room. Sometimes we'll bring in a consultant and bring them underneath that line item.
To what?
Just to basically turn a vision or an upgrade that we want to a room to a reality. Just get different opinions and possibilities of what we can do.
If a company's coming in to sell you like new camera lenses or software for the computers down there and stuff, do they actually charge you for the consultation as opposed to coming in to try to sell that product to you? Or is it actually you need a consulting firm to come in and tell you what you need down there?
We've actually brought in consultants beforehand.
To help you decide what type of upgrade you're looking for?
Right.
I'd like to ask a question here which may or may not be pertinent. We had several audio issues 6 months back that was having us all get phone calls at home. And it was basically a technical thing that was outside of your expertise because you are not an electrician or a consultant or person. Did you bring consultants to help deal with that audio?
Yes.
Okay, so there is, that's what I'm trying, so there's an example where there is just some stuff that's outside your expertise, and you put that type of stuff where they come in to work with it, cure the audio problem, that goes under the consultant's payout. So they're not necessarily sitting in a room wearing a $500 suit telling you they may have been in here in the overalls working on the issue,
Right, there
per
were
se.
even last minute kind of emergency situations that we ran into, like when our cameras got knocked out by the lightning storm last year.
But that wouldn't come under equipment maintenance?
No, we put under the consulting budget.
Okay.
The cameras itself would have come under maintenance, but to bring someone in who needed to make a repair, last minute, we put that under consulting budget.
And what do you guys use legal fees for? Just for my information.
You've sat in a room with Peter Epstein when we've had cable, some of the cable TV hearings and stuff like that. That's what
Okay.
the legal fees are.
And administration fee for general government, that is under Merrimack Cable TV. Could you fill me in on that one? Administration fee, general government for
Sure.
$17,342.
Let me try to do that. I think as Councilor Spence asked earlier, that fee is for all of the expenses that are incurred in the general fund to help support the access station. The paying of bills, the coding of invoices, if Nicholas needs help from me or other town staff that are paid for in the general fund, we charge a portion of those costs to the local access station, so they get properly charged for time that is incurred outside of his budget by people who are paid for in the general fund.
So is that number deducted from our budget?
Yes, it's a revenue shown in our budget as an offset. So for example, my complete salary is charged to the general fund.
Right.
A portion of the $17,000 is a reimbursement to the general fund for the time I have to spend.
From the cable?
Correct. And that's, as I mentioned earlier, that's the exact same calculation we use in the from the wastewater budget. You saw that in the wastewater budget, this is the exact same
So
situation.
when any of that billing goes to the cable, that obviously is somewhat of a savings to the homeowner because that's not coming from taxpayers' money.
That's correct.
That's cool. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Another
Chairman.
example of that is a secretary in the selectman's office will take minutes for the cable TV meters.
Betty had something to add here.
Thank you.
It's coming out of franchise fees, though.
Right.
So ultimately, those people who take advantage of cable, it's their money. It's
From
being
paying your
used.
cable bill,
Right.
yes.
Okay, Finley. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
I wanted to follow up. Mentioning franchise fees, what is the future that we expect of franchise fees at this point? I mean, that question has come up. Peter Epstein's been here to talk to us about it. Do we anticipate, or do we have any concept or idea of where our revenue stream is going?
Are you talking about a specific number of how much we're expecting next year?
Well, not necessarily next year, but I guess over the next 2 to 3 years or something, are we anticipating to continue to get the funding that we're getting today for cable TV from
Ba-
franchise fees?
Yeah, basically, it's a written agreement in the contract that specifies a certain percentage of the cable bill. So we will continue, I believe we will continue to see increases in the amount of franchise fees that the town collects because the actual costs that the cable subscriber incurs continues to go up. So as those go up, the percentage that we collect from that revenue goes up.
Okay. What about the concern that there might be a federal legislation passed that we don't get franchise fees anymore because we can't charge them?
That is a concern. I think there's a lot of opposition for that because you now lose local control. I think you would still get, I think, some franchise revenues, but it would become more of a federal source rather than a Comcast direct source.
I think I can add, oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
No, go ahead.
I really think I can add to that, just so not to take, there is no definitive answer, and there isn't anyone that could stand up here and say, we don't know what the future holds once that contract expires. It has to do with a lot of billion-dollar lobbyists. People are working on things to keep the damage reduced, but I don't think there's a person up there that could answer that question.
And I agree. I guess my concern is that, several years ago, when we went to a media coordinator and then the decision to hire 2 part-time peoples, it was all to keep costs down. And I thought ostensibly, partially at least, to be because we don't know what the future of our revenue stream is. Now we're transferring one of those part-times to a full-time at a significant increase, not only in salary, but benefits and things of that nature. And so we're adding to the cost of the media services substantially here, adding another full-time person.
I also think that at the same time, my department has just seen a tremendous growth in the past couple years. I actually have statistics here that I can share with all of you.
No.
I think, again, I think what's important for the council to recognize is, I acknowledge that the increase in the budget is there, no question about that, but it still is completely covered by all of your franchise fees that are collected, which I believe the majority of which have to go towards community access television.
They do not.
None of it.
They do not, and in this past time, we actually put some of it towards taxes. But I'm just saying, we have a right to vote what we want with it.
Okay, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Tom, just for the record, I personally, I share a lot of your concerns, and one of the things that I've been thinking from the beginning is, if we add that position, whether or not I would be looking at eliminating both part-time positions, we still would be paying a little extra because of the benefits, but it would be closer to being a wash. So I very much share those concerns. Anybody have anything else? Okay, yes, Betty, did you have something?
I think so. Something that Tom said that actually triggered my question. It's regarding the capital reserve fund. That fund that I keep wanting to tap into, that we just can't have a meeting and authorize money to come out of that. I know it's probably a subject for another day, but how much do we currently have in that fund?
I think just over 250,000.
I thought we had 600,000.
Closer to,
It's closer to $600,000 number.
Scared me. $600,000. Is it inappropriate to ask how we can tap into that $600,000?
If you're asking me an honest answer, Betty, I think it is.
Okay.
And what I mean by inappropriate, it's not inappropriate to ask any question, but if we're looking at any hope of getting through here in the next couple of days, I think if we begin going in directions outside the budget scheme, but I want to stress that.
Yep.
If you want to ask it, feel free. I'm just saying, in the end, when we're all looking at each other, we're all in this together. So if you want to ask it, I support your right to ask it.
Then I will ask, if you can not give me the answer this evening, but if you can provide me, not tomorrow or the next day, because it's not going to matter as far as this budget's concerned. But I'm very interested as to the history of it, how it was developed, and how we can use that money.
Okay.
How, when, and why.
We will get
And
that
what?
answer for you. I'd be
All the
happy-
Ws.
Yep,
Thank you.
no problem.
I'd like to jump on that real quick, is because appropriate, and that always appropriate to answer anything at any time, so that's why it threw me as a curve. What I'm saying is, we have to look at why are we here and what are we looking to accomplish? And that's all, and that's a question
And I
for all
agree with
7
you,
of us to
And
ask.
I wasn't going to ask it, but it was stuck in my mind, and I want to know what we can do with that. So I'm just
I'm good.
asking the question for future information.
I'm good, and I wanted to stress it's always appropriate to ask a question. Okay, Keith, you're up.
You're all set. How's that, huh? General government. There were some changes in general government I just want to make sure the council's aware of as we move forward. There was an elimination of a part-time position in the town manager's office. That person currently works for 20 to 25 hours a week that we propose to eliminate. The wages and the retirement benefits, those types of things have all been adjusted to the current personnel in there. And there will be a change, as Councilor Chairman McCray mentioned earlier. I've got a few changes. There was a correction in one of the line items in the general government budget under retirement that I'll be making a suggestion that we reduce in the upcoming few minutes. Beyond that, there really is no significant changes to the general government line items. Is basically business as usual, except for the reduction of the one staff person. I've also I did make a change, eliminating the legal retainer as we go through and we look at negotiating potentially with new attorneys. So I have looked at eliminating that as well. But again, beyond that, the wage study is now gone. And we've eliminated temporary employees by the $40,000 to help balance the budget. So overall, the decrease in the general government budget is a decrease of 14% of $240,000. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the council would have on the general government budget.
Okay, we'll begin with Finley. Would you like to, are you all set to start now? Or are you still getting acclimated?
No, I don't have anything right now, but I am all set.
Okay, thank you, Finley. Tom?
Okay. There's a couple of things in here, just procedural or technical. I mean, the number of people in the council is now 7 at the top of page 1. And down another spot under 8334, there's a copier in the selectman's office, which, okay. I guess one of the questions that came out is there's the town manager's salary listed at 115, and then down under retirement, under the town manager, it's stated at 119. Is that,
Car allowance, Tom. Car allowance.
there's a car allowance added into his salary when you take into account his retirement? I just need you to talk it up loud enough so
I'm
we all
sorry.
hear, I'm sorry.
It's car allowance, right under the 115, you'll see car allowance, town manager, 4,200.
Okay, and that's considered part of his income for
Yes.
retirement?
Yes.
That's treated as compensation. Anything that's compensation is required to be paid to its retirement.
Okay, and then I guess above it, under social security, there's 2 different line items for town manager that I guess add up to the 119. I don't know why it was broken out as 2 different numbers.
And Social Security limits. The
The
6.2%.
difference between FICA and, okay.
FICA, he hits the limit, and that's why it's broken out into 2 separate lines. First line is the limit maximum, and the rest of it goes against just Medicare only.
Okay, you have to put that as 2 different items, or you just did? I don't recall seeing something like that before.
It's been that way,
Has it?
yes.
It's supposed to show I don't always pay enough attention. If I can just ask quickly, under compensated absences, 8142. there's an increase in accrued liability, RE 67% versus 50% for 39,000, and then there's a turnover, 9 at 7,000 each. What are those all about?
The compensated absence, when people reach retirement eligibility, generally accepted accounting principles tell me that I have to budget for them and get them onto an accrual basis on my balance sheet. And what happens is we have to fund that accrual through. The 9 for turnover is that if somebody leaves and they have vacation time or sick time buyout, that's where they come through, and it usually runs about an average of $7,100.
For 9 different people, 7,100 average?
Yeah,
That you would
throughout
expect
the year.
out of the general government or out of all of
Out of
the
all.
town employment?
Out of all town employment.
That includes union and non-union?
That includes union and non-union.
Okay, thank you. How many, under election voter registration, 8410, how many elections are we funding this year?
2.
I mean, I saw it decided drop in total wages, but everything else, Social Security and meals and ballots and memory pack programming all stayed exactly the same. So if we did 3 last year and 2 this year, is there a reason none of those other numbers changed, or?
Because the supervisors of the checklist are the only ones who pay Social Security, and their numbers stayed the same. The election workers themselves are exempt from Social Security.
Okay. But meals and rental for polling places and all that kind of stuff stayed the same? Is there a 3 versus 2, or a 2, or is it really 2 in both cases this year, and they're just more minor, or?
There were 3 in 2006, 7, and 2. The reason for the ballots and things of that sort is because of increased costs / depending on how many we wanted to print. So we felt to leave that alone, because that's a decision that's made around through the supervisor of the checklist at closer to the time of election, and how many people registered to vote and things of that sort. Then we try to print up that many ballots. The polling places definitely probably can be cut by 1. The rental, that was not, that was just carried over by oversight. So that could be taken down.
Okay. That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Betty?
How much can that be taken down by?
Doing the math right now.
Okay. Are there any other things associated with that that could be taken down? Since we're on that line item.
$933 roughly. Does that sound about right there? $400 per election. So that will be a total then $2,800. That can come down $2,000.
Huh?
That can come down $2,000.
Wow.
But, and meals and things of that nature are not impacted, or?
I'm only looking at you because, do they still, the meals, would that be impacted by reducing?
Yeah, I cut that 500. Cut by 1 election.
Cut meals,
From
500.
1,500 to 1,000.
Another 500. Okay, tabulator maintenance, that's standard anyway, right? You have to have maintenance, so it doesn't matter how many elections you have.
Correct.
Okay, and voting cards,
Those are basically just the voters' cards, so that when people come out and
Register.
register to vote,
yeah, do we need $750 worth like last year?
I guess,
Because it says other expenses. So there may be miscellaneous
miscellaneous
things in
things that
there
are involved with
that
it.
come out at the last minute that you need.
Right,
Okay, fair enough. So
roughly
out
20,
of that line item, we're going to deduct $2,500.
roughly, yes.
Okay. Now, if we can go back to the beginning. Under 8101, wages, elected officials, we have treasurer, one at $1,300. And I question this because it used to be $1,200, which was $100 a month. How did it get to be 13? Isn't that like $10 extra a month?
One of the last raises that was given was also given to the treasurer by the town manager. And it got moved up to 1,300.
It was given to the treasurer? Was it given to the trustees of the trust funds?
I believe not. I believe he's been at 2,000 for a while.
Okay. Let's go down to 8125, Social Security. The very first line, 8101. Is that an appropriate calculation number of .0765?
That is the town share of Social Security and Medicare.
Okay. I thought elected officials only paid Medicare and not Social Security.
I have to check that. I believe we've been carrying that for a couple of years now.
I think we have an elected official in the audience.
You can answer the question.
Can you answer? Pardon me?
Just Medicare. That's all I pay.
I don't know. Elected officials are considered, for some purposes, not to be in employment.
Correct.
So whether this is, and there are exemptions in the Social Security law around elected officials, but I don't know what they are.
Paul, you said you're going to check into it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you do that, that'll be great. Betty, are we comfortable? That's the type of thing he can give them back for either tomorrow night or the final numbers? Thank you.
Okay, 8128. I also think there's a calculation error under town manager retirement. You've got it in for 10%?
That's one of the
We
corrections.
fixed that.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that because I don't have anything that says you didn't.
We talked.
Okay. Maybe Tom brought this up, is just another one of those corrections, the life insurance town manager. Did you say that, Tom? If you didn't, under life insurance, which is 8133, you have town manager at 10.
That's supposed to be
Pardon me?
That's supposed to read all full-time, all
Correct.
general government full-time employees.
Okay. 8334, maintenance office equipment. You've budgeted $1,200 for a copier. What kind of copier are you gonna buy for $1,200?
That's the maintenance agreement on the copier that's in the town manager's office?
Okay, so it's strictly maintenance.
Yes.
It's for the big copier
It's
that
for the
you
big
have.
copier, yes.
Okay. Now, as far as copiers for all different departments, do you have separate maintenance agreements? Or have you been looking into, when you purchase, especially the big copiers that have so much use, have you looked into all buying the similar type equipment so that?
Yes, we're working on that. Actually, the finance copier we replaced, and, that's why there's no maintenance on there, is because when we bought it with the maintenance agreement on it for a couple of years. We're looking at that, and every time we purchase a machine,
Yeah.
we're also looking to kind of standardize so we can go out for that kind of.
Good. Thank you. Under 8359, other outside services. Bank service charges, they have gone down. But what do we charge for from the bank?
There's a statement fee, there is transaction fees for deposits, and when we write checks, there's ACS charges for direct payroll, things of that sort.
They charge us to deposit money?
Yes. All banks, that's, when we went out to bid last year, we did an 18-month bid, and this was the lowest fee structure that we can get, plus the highest interest investment that we can get also. They all charge fees for all that now.
Okay, another one here that's near and dear to my heart. Contractual ambulance billing service. How is that working out, and are we making a profit? A substantial profit, considering staff time that's involved in this.
Yes, we are making a substantial profit because town general government would have to hire somebody who knows the IDC 9 codes, and we do not have that expertise on staff. So yeah, for the $34,000 that we pay them in fees, for the amount of money we collect and the amount of billings that we do, it's well
Do you know
worth it.
what we collect offhand?
Yeah, give me a second, please.
Sure.
And that 34,000 is a percentage of what of what is collected,
It's
just
like
so the council's aware.
7.5%. $512,000 last year, $512,670.25 in 2005, 2006. We're estimating about 525 for this year, meaning 2006, 2007.
Okay, now, they're handling and collecting all of the current stuff. Do you still have a large amount of volume of bills that they did not take on when you went to the service?
No. A while back, we came in front of the board and we asked for those to be written off, and the board accepted. I believe it was still part of when it was the select board.
Yeah.
But we are pretty much up to date with what they're doing.
Okay. My concern is that this has always been extremely time-consuming. It's taken an enormous amount of staff time to do exactly what you said, knowing the codes, the billing, it's never ending. We had it in the tax office, then the finance department took it, and so I'm happy to see if we have to do it at all, which is not my preference, but if we have to do it, at least it's not in-house. Getting down to the end. The next one, 8405, Nashua Transit System.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that, because it's $23,000, and I would just like to have some figures.
Our welfare coordinator handles that, and she'd be more apt to talk about it.
I believe, and Pat can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe what Nashua Transit does is they provide bus services, or at least one bus route through the town of Merrimack, and the town of Merrimack subsidizes a portion of the cost of that bus route. And this is something I think that's been ongoing now for at least the past 2 or 3 years, but provides residents who don't have the ability to get around on their own, an ability to pick up a bus service in town and get to certain areas of either Merrimack or Nashua. But they do, and it's fairly consistent through the transit industry to offset a portion of the cost of operating that bus line through town from the community that it services.
Okay, how did it get in general government? Wasn't it once in welfare, the welfare budget?
I don't know.
Never in the welfare budget?
No, it was always in general government from what I've been told, and it just stayed there. It was, used to be done out of the town manager's office, I believe.
Again, I mean, I could walk down to the bus station and grab the bus. I mean, so it's not.
No, it'll be a long time before we ask you to do that.
It'd be a
You
long
just
time
started.
Before you probably get the bus.
That might be true, too, but
There's not a regular service through town, is there? Isn't that a requested service?
It's a requested service with a, it's a special bus.
And you
It's
pay
not-
$2 to use it or something like that for the elderly and disabled?
$4 each way. It's
$4 each way.
It's actually,
sorry.
It's actually a service for elderly and disabled only. You have to do it by application to the Nashua Transit Authority. It's actually a small portion is what we pay, and a lot of it is, we do it through the City of Nashua. They do the applications for the grants through the federal government for these grants, mostly through the, for handicapped grants that have come through. And so basically, we are paying just a small portion of what it actually is that is provided. Most of these grants are covering it. We have to pay a portion of it like Nashua does, and they are offering it. They offer it to us also so that it will come in on a scheduled runs and actually go to people's homes. And it's more of a door-to-door service, but they don't go into people's houses. They actually pick them up at the door, bring them in. It's actually a specialized service too, because people have to be trained how to use wheelchairs and things like that. So it's actually a very specialized service.
Okay. You don't happen to know offhand the volume of traffic that we do in Merrimack? How many trips a year?
Yes, we do have that information. And Paul, do you have it with you?
Paul's Magic Box has the information.
This is actually a very important service that actually we've gotten a lot of concerns that it isn't actually enough. So we talked to the Transit Authority to see if we could increase it, and they met our concerns and actually are increasing it by 10% more than what we had last year. So we were very happy to hear that, because at one point last year, we were maxed out on the number of rides they could provide. So they did listen to our concerns, and they did actually increase the services, and they did not really raise it that much. We were really concerned about that, so we were happy to see that. And Betty, probably the reason you think it was in welfare is because a lot of times I end up dealing with those issues, but it was never in welfare budget. It was always in general government.
Okay, thank you.
We're budgeted for 16,400 miles, approximately 1,086 hours.
Does it have a limitation on the number of people?
If I can answer,
Go ahead.
the limitation is more by the vehicle, so they can only put so many people on the vehicle, and the other problem is that they are doing scheduled runs, so if someone needs a doctor's appointment for like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, they have to come in for that time period, so they're trying to coordinate the services, but it's also based on how much the vehicles they have available and things like that, so it's really dependent on runs and how many they can fit in a day with the vehicles that they have.
Okay. I'd like a copy of their information. If I could go back 1 minute to, Tom, did you have another follow-up on
No, I
that
didn't. Thanks.
subject? Okay. If I could go back for a minute to 8359, other outside services, and I'd like to ask Keith, under administrative code updating, $1,500. Since we have to revise the administrative code and many other things as a result of the new charter, is that money going to cover what we need to do?
There's monies there, and there's also monies in the 06-07 budget under general government that we can utilize, that should be sufficient for our purposes.
Okay. I also had questions on elections, and we've addressed that, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Let's see. The assistant finance administrator, that is still, we discussed that the other night, that is still a position that's on, correct? Paul, you're still an assistant finance administrator?
Yes.
Technology resource coordinator. Could you give me a quick one on the job description on that? Under, I'm sorry, 8104,
You'd like a job-
technology resource coordinator,
and you'd like a job description for that? Sure.
please.
Not a problem.
And under 8131, it says townwide turnover, new hires, 6-month average, is that 15?
Yes.
That's, yeah, roughly, it's, we use a 6-month floating average, so roughly it's for,
So that's new hires for a 6-month average, correct?
it's for the whole year, because you get a half a year if you hire them July 1st, you get a full year if you hire them this January 1st, you only get 6 months. So it's an average.
And under 8142, compensated absences, we discussed, we did discuss that, I think, right? That's 9 people buyback, is that what that is? And is that the number?
That's usually 9 people who are not retirement eligible would leave on average. Those are for the people who are not retirement eligible, who,
It's a turnover,
it's a turnover.
job turnover.
And under 8143, the wage study, are we doing that again, or that is just what we have done?
That's, there was nothing budgeted for in 07-08.
Under 8220, town report, that number went down, and my question is that because we're printing less, or did we find another printer?
Well, I go out to bid every year for the printing, but again, in trying to address the council's concerns, we may not have quite the elaborate town report we've had in the past to try to save money.
So you're ordering less?
Might be the same number, no, probably order the same number, but some of the pictures and the information that was not necessary to be in there, but was included in there, may be eliminated to help reduce the cost of printing the reports.
Were there a lot left over? Do you happen to know off the top of your head, Paul?
I don't think there were many left over.
No? Okay.
I don't think there was any left over at town hall. And I think maybe a small number at the fire department. Just a small number. Yeah.
Under 8260, the telephone cost allocation, is that for the town hall?
That's for general government to include finance and some maintenance agreements for the new phone system we're under.
Well, the maintenance is a separate one for $6,600, but the telephone cost allocation for $13,000, we getting new phones, or?
Well, that's also, there's some other things that we need to with this new phone system, there's other items that are pushed towards the general government department for other maintenance issues.
That's a pretty big jump from last year. General insurance, under 8280, property liability and auto insurance. What vehicle is that for? Or vehicles?
The vehicle was the old town manager's car. Since that is no longer a pool car either, that should just say property liability.
But, so is that still in the budget?
The auto on that car? The car is, until we sell the car, we'll have to carry insurance.
But is that, Paul, for one vehicle?
Well, it's the property, it's the building, it's the equipment within Town Hall.
Okay.
Town Hall complex for general government, the two buildings.
Under 8352, townwide non-union college tuition reimbursement program. Is that a steady number? That's going to be year to year, 10,000?
Yeah, we budget $10,000 a year.
And is that being used wisely,
Yes.
honestly?
Yeah, it's first come, first served basis, but yes, gets reviewed.
Under 8353, Finance Department System Maintenance and Support. Tell me that's not telephones.
No, that's our computer software program.
We know how near and dear computers are to you.
It's incredible, the money on the computers.
Knowledge-based
Chuckle.
economy.
Bank service charge, contractual ambulance service. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Nancy?
Just explanation. 8353, file server and personal computer maintenance, 7,500, is that the main server? That is a main server for the town hall, right? Or what is that? Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions.
That is for the servers that sit in Chuck's office.
Okay, that's the main server that pretty much covers everybody. Okay. Okay, I know what that. There's just one other, and it's mostly just a question. At the very end, 8510. Computer Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. Capital Reserve Fund, so I don't have a problem with it, but just, what do you use that for? Is it just literally the replacement of computers in the town, in the government?
That would be replacement of computers / servers / software. For instance, this year, Diane and the tax collector
Finance.
did a big upgrade on her software. In this budget, that's to replace it so the finance can go out and get their software package they need, and that's what we take it from.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Nancy. Tom?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
that's done. 8270, ASPA, American Society for Public Administration.
I believe so.
Who's the member? Obviously, it's not Keith.
It's not me.
I don't think it's Paul either.
Okay. All right.
Got it.
Pardon?
Got it.
Well, that's, I already made the mark.
Okay.
What's the other one here? I've got 8,300. I've got criminal records checks under Human Resources Coordinator. And if you dig a little bit deeper, in 8359, I got the same thing.
That is the mileage to go up to Concord to do the criminal records check.
All right. Mislabeled. Um, 8352. Supervisors Training Program, $600. What's that for?
That is a training program Primex offers for supervisors to become supervisors and to train managers.
There's no charge for that program.
Okay?
Cross that out.
Do we pay a per diem for people when they go to those programs?
Not underneath education and training.
Now, we've already had one question asked about the college tuition reimbursement program. Does that program typically exhaust it in a year?
In some years, it is exhausted, in other years, it's not. It all depends on where people are in their education process.
Okay. All
You
right.
get a couple of people in the master's degree program and be exhausted quickly, or you can get some people going to community college.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to figure out the flow and whatnot. Municipal yearbook. It's an ICMA publication. Betty?
It used to be received every year. No one ever looked at it.
Well, that's what I
Went on
figured.
the shelf with the prior collection.
Okay, that's what I thought. So going back to 8271, benefits and compensation law alert in the New Hampshire employment law letter. There's $1,100 for 2 pubs.
What number is that again?
It's 8271.
Which one was that, Tom?
The last two, benefits of compensation.
Benefits and compensation law alert and New Hampshire employment law letter. Most of the content of that is private industry rather than governmental.
I think some of it has information that might be beneficial to human resources, but,
And a lot of the issues.
and/or the manager, but I can't speak specifically on it.
I think a lot of the personnel issues you see in private industry are very similar to what you have in municipal government as well. And I know the Human Resource Director does utilize that publication.
Both of those publications.
I think they also have case law
Yes. There's
in there.
some research that she can do from it. She's found it very beneficial, Sharon, for these 2 publications.
Okay. 8420, advertising. The actual in 0506 was 14.1. Is $7,500 sufficient, or is that just a,
It's
hold on tight and we'll figure out where else we're going to pay for it?
No, I think it's our, again, it's an estimate. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, we're dealing with vacancies in positions and those types of things. And I'm assuming that in 2005-06, it was an aberration, a little bit of number of vacancies. It may have even been a significant number of meetings with the Charter Commission. I'm not sure, but we think that 7,500 is enough.
Okay. Well, we had, I think we posted 3 public hearings plus 1. I think we had 4 legal postings. Okay.
Can I do a follow-up?
I'm done.
Sure.
Tom, if I could do a quick follow-up with you on that advertising?
Yeah.
Or you're referring to the 7,500?
Yes.
Just off the top of your head, do you think that we're going to need that much money as we get into budgets and the deliberative session and election day and all the notices that we now have to, or could have to use as part of that process?
Well, you look at the charter, and the charter talks about posting, publishing in advance,
Right.
okay? Now, do you have to publish a separate notice for each item? I'm not sure. just says publish. So there's 3 charter amendments that are being proposed this year. We're going to have to have a public notice published in the paper and then hold a hearing on those 3 changes. Do we put all 3 in one notice? I agree, yeah.
Yes, you can.
Okay? So how much more it's going to cost us, or how much, is this going to be enough? I think Keith said it best, this is an estimate of what we probably are going to need. And it might take a year or 2, probably 2 or 3 before this shakes out. So if, as long as we can,
So I probably shouldn't cut it.
probably not.
Okay.
In fact, I was thinking, is that enough?
Okay. Well,
Okay.
me too. I'm saying, is it not enough or is it enough? Fine.
You know.
Thank you.
And it's just one of those things you take a, flyer on.
Okay, any other further questions on this item? Yes, Betty?
I do. The car, the town manager's used-to-be car.
Yes.
I see no reason why we can't take the insurance off from that. Nobody's driving it. Town manager's not driving it. Who, is somebody else driving it?
It's still registered with the plate, and it's sitting at DPW right now. So until we take the plate off,
Does it have liability on it? If it was
Take
to
the
burn
plate
down,
off.
if it was burned down, if it was to be vandalized tonight, would we be covered?
yes.
Okay. I guess the only question I would have, if you don't, if you let me run with it, do we need collision on it?
It's
It's all one thing? Okay, I'm just asking because, okay.
Okay. The last question I have is, I think Mike touched on it. Well, I don't know what the number is. Oh, yes, I do. It's 8143. Under wage study, did we use all of that $15,000?
yes.
I'm all set, thank you.
Anyone got any other questions there? Okay, Keith, bring it home.
At home. Lastly, we have the debt service budgets. Let me find this. Debt service, 27. Debt service budget decreased by about $10,000, which was a reduction, excuse me, in the interest that we pay on long-term debt from $769,000 to $759,000. Again, just annual debt repayment, because we have less principal outstanding, the amount of interest is reduced.
Okay. Tom, any questions?
No, but I would ask that if you do this again, would you put the maturity dates in here so we have some idea of how much
Yeah,
longer it's
sure.
going to run?
Nancy?
No questions?
Mike?
Thank you.
Nancy? Betty? Tom? Finley? Okay. So when I went to school, that brings us to the end of the first part of the process, which was reviewing all the departments. Okay, Keith, did you pass out already your letter involving the non-union cost of living adjustment?
No, sir, I have it right here. As you'll see on the memo I put together for the town council, I was asked to look at cost of living adjustments for non-union employees. Also included at the very bottom of the memo is a variety of different percentages that, from 3% to 3.9%, and the associated costs that go along with those. Also, in the middle of the memo, I've included, for the council's reference, the cost of living adjustments that have been included in the union contracts for 06, 07, as well as 07, 08, and beyond. As you can see, for 0708, the union contracts, with the exception of the IAFF, are at 3.75%. The IAFF is at 3%, because as you go through the future years out into 2010, 11, they've basically, to use, I guess, slang, they've backloaded their contract, where the other unions chose to front-load their contract. So I think as you look overall, it's going to be about a 3.75% increase overall for all the different contracts. Last year in 2006 and 7, my understanding is the council recommended a cost of living increase of 3.9%, which was just a bit higher than the average of the union contracts, and that was for, I think, two reasons. One was, my understanding is, in discussion with the labor attorney the town has used, he felt it was appropriate to try to allow for a little bit higher cost of living increase for non-union employees. But secondly, and I think more importantly, included in the union contracts that is not included in the non-union employees are step increases that range between 1% and 5% for employees who have not reached the top step of their union contract. So for example, if I'm a public works employee or firefighter, a police officer, I'm a new hire, I will typically have 5 or 6 steps that I will get a raise of between 1% and 5%, depending on the contract, in addition to the 3.75% or 3.0% cost of living increase. My understanding is for the past several years, non-union employees were not made eligible for any type of an increase other than the cost of living. So my suggestion was to try to compensate for that to a certain extent, try to be consistent with what was done in 2006-7 and give a 3.9% cost of living increase, which again will still be below what eligible employees in the unions would be receiving. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions or provide any more feedback. Council on that.
Okay, yes, Tom.
Keith, just because my memory isn't what it should be, the 10% health insurance adder that we've asked people to pay, the non-union employees have gone straight to 10% across the board, or are they stepped in like the unions were?
They're stepped in like the unions are.
Okay, so the first year they were asked to pay up to 1% of their salary or something like that?
Yes. Then this year was 1.5%.
Okay. So the pay raise is also going to include, has to cover that extra. They're going to see that hit, whether it has to cover it or not. They're going to see that additional charge this year that they didn't see the past year. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, if everyone's, were you done, Tom, first of all?
Yep.
Okay.
Mike had his hand up, though.
Oh, yes, Mike.
I was just wondering, did the non-union people get big pay raises this past year?
No, I mean, there was.
3.9.
Is that what it was?
Yes, it's not to step on you.
I'm sorry, thank you. The cost of living for 2006-7 was 3.9.
Yes, your recommendation is the same as what
Yes.
was made last year.
Okay, and are the councilmen getting their 3.9% pay raise for them?
Absolutely.
Okay, just wanted to make sure on that.
No, it's 100%.
It's an infinite percent.
Continue. All set.
We don't get paid.
That
I
was
know
his
that you
point.
know it, but in case the guy that just turned the station on, to save him send me an email tonight, I'm letting him know. Okay,
Standard ending motion at the Budget Committee to raise the Budget Committee's their stipend by 100% at the end of the year. 100% of 0 is still 0.
I would like to make a motion to establish the 2007-2008 non-union cost of living adjustment to 3.9%.
Second.
Okay, thank you. A motion made by myself, seconded by Tom Koenig. I think Keith Hickey spoke out the reasons I believe that he has put an appropriate number forward. Okay, further discussion? Yes, Betty?
I don't have an issue with the 3.9. For non-union employees. But I do have an issue no fault of the individuals that are involved. But there were wage adjustments made, and there were wage adjustments that were made to positions that were not in the wage study. They were outside of the wage study. So I'm torn, and I need some help. Because there are many people that, for one reason or another, didn't get their raises from that wage study. In the intent of that wage study, the second part of it was not used the way it should have been. As a result of that, I'm torn. Because of the raises that were given, some of those people are going to get another 3.9% on top of wage adjustments that they had already received. And I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to justify it.
Well, I'd be happy to help you if you like.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Basically, what you're referring to is there were raises made to a few positions. They were made by the town manager at the time, with the acting town manager. They were not made with any input from any town councilor or board of selectmen. We found out about it after the fact when we were looking at the budgets this time around, and we asked why are these people being paid a certain amount of money more? And at the time, I sent an email to Keith Hickey and to former acting town manager Milligan and to our attorney. And my question was a very simple one. Did the acting town manager have the authorization to make these pay raises? And the reply that I got back from our legal attorney is that yes, he did. Did he need to run it by the town council? No, he did not. Even though it was taken from a wage section where the people weren't in it, could it have been done? Yes. And so bottom line is, was it legal? Yes. Was it within his responsibility? Yes. As being the town manager, does he have the right to bring up money as long as his budget? Yes. So all of that part is he made decisions that he felt were appropriate. That was his right. He made it. And it goes on. Now, as far as where we are now, the bottom line is we don't give raises based on individuals. We do it to a class. So if there's a concern that some people are going to get a 3.9 on top of what they were, I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about it. I certainly don't agree with punishing the other 247 people.
Nor do I.
Right. So I'm just saying, from my end, I look at it like a decision was made. It was within the realm. Keith makes decisions every day I don't like. I mean,
News to you?
the point I'm making is that there are decisions, and that's it. That's it in a nutshell. That is it in a nutshell. You're being hired to do a job to what you feel will be in the best interest, and as long as it's legal and it's your right, it is it. So I look at it like those were decisions were made. They were done. Tom, I will recognize
Okay,
you.
well, yeah.
They were made and they were done. I look at it as a different issue than this. To me, this is how do we reward the non-union employees who don't get any other raise except what we decide to wish upon them. And I still believe I look at them as two different things. Tom?
Well, if this council were so inclined, we could turn the town manager into Solomon and authorize him to grant pay raises up to this amount and let him decide who's going to, if those people who got that extra money was going to.
Do to you.
What's that?
What did you do?
Well, I've only,
Again,
I'm just offering another avenue, okay? I'm not saying it's the best way to go or the one that anybody wants to go at.
And we do have a motion on the floor, too, which we can vote up or vote down once everyone
But
has
it's the-
spoken on it.
But that is an avenue that this council may wish to pursue.
And if this motion fails, then we could We could look at that.
Or you could also specify that if anybody got anything over that, then they may not be eligible for this. So if the bump that they got from the manager through those adjustments that they got, the latter part of last fiscal year or the beginning of this fiscal year exceeds 3.9%, would be another way to take care.
I guess what I'm trying to focus on, because I do feel part of my charge is to get us through this process.
Right.
We have a motion on the floor.
And
And
I will shut up.
I don't mean it that way.
No, no, I
But I'm
no,
just
I know
saying
what you
we have
mean.
it on the floor.
You're right.
Betty has brought up her concerns. I have tried to give my opinion on why I'll be doing it, and if anyone else wants to voice in, but I think we need to move forward on this motion. Any other comments? Okay, then the motion on the floor is to establish the 2007-2008 non-union cost of living adjustment to 3.9%. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Okay, motion passes 5-2. Mike, what we,
I just want to speak to it, I'm sorry. I did vote yes.
okay, so 5-2 is the vote. I just want to make sure we're good, because I was having trouble picking up some of that.
Sorry.
Okay, yes, Mike?
I just want to speak to that, and Betty, I feel your plight, and I understand where you're going, but if we went that route, then we're back at the beginning at the route where you just singled out people to give raises. So we must be consistent. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move on.
I'd like to make a comment.
Absolutely, Betty.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. It was never my intent to not vote for raises in the amount of 3.90% for non-union employees. I think I made it clear as to what my dilemma was. I had every intent to amend or to bring forth another motion. I did not have the opportunity to do so. I have no problem with non-union employees getting the 3.9%. Thank you.
Okay, Betty, would you like, I'm not sure what your amendment was intended to be or not. Again, I tried to have an open thing and be fair to every member of the council. If you have something else you were looking to do so we can have a vote, I'd be more than happy to bring it up for reconsideration. I'm trying to be fair. I'm just trying to move the meeting along and trying to be fair to everyone. If you would like, I would be happy to bring it up for reconsideration.
May I ask clarification?
Sure.
You're suggesting that an amendment to your motion might have been in order?
I'm saying that I believe Betty has made statements to the fact that she had intentions and I did not allow her in the process. I don't think she's saying I did it on purpose, but it just didn't happen. And with that being said, I want everyone to be involved in the process. With that being said, then I'm going to keep this ball rolling. I make a motion. Do we bring this item up for reconsideration?
Second.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of bringing this item up for reconsideration? Oh, discussion on the motion. Basically, all I'm doing is I believe there may have been an area that Councilmember Betty may have had some input she was looking for to make everyone feel more comfortable. In my zest to try and keep it moving, I don't believe I gave her adequate time to bring it up, and I want to make it right by doing so. That is my reason for the reconsideration. Okay, all those in favor of reconsider this item, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Okay, motion to reconsider passes 601. And at this time, Betty, I would like you to speak to what you'd like to speak to.
I would like to put a motion on the table for consideration, and that would be that I move.
Can I just ask a clarifying?
Sure.
Is this motion on the table now being reconsidered? Is it in order for her to put another motion, or should she make an amendment to the motion? Or
First of all, I'm willing to listen to everyone. I was always on the understanding, and I'm willing to listen to everyone here. I thought that once we brought it up, at this time, she could bring up any motion that was in the area, but if I'm wrong on that, then I'm willing to.
I thought you specifically were reconsidering the motion, so that brings the motion back on the table. I don't know if somebody else has a better idea.
I'll tell you what my intent is. If you have no interest in it, then we really should move on, because
Okay.
I'm not here to waste time.
Okay.
Okay? The intent of my motion would be to provide all non-union employees with a 3.90% increase, with the exception of anyone that received beyond a 3.90 adjustment in this last fiscal year.
Okay. All right, so we can get through let's get a consensus
Well,
from the
wait,
council.
that's not going to work. That's not my intent, because they already received a raise. They received a raise.
Yep.
What I am attempting to do is anyone that had a pay adjustment that was more than 3.9%, that's now reflected in the new budget, if they received more than 3.9%, as the other ones did not. So I guess I need help in what I'm trying to do.
But, well, it
Ron
sounds,
mentioned it, and I was trying to go with the suggestion that he made because I felt comfortable with it, but that's not going to work because I can't use the example that I just did.
okay, I'm not sure, I'm not sure where, to me, it's one fiscal year, what we did last fiscal year, and now we're talking this fiscal year. Basically, it looks like you're looking for the people, that some people may not get a 3.9% raise depending on what they got last year. I'm not sure, I'm really not sure what wording you're looking to put in there.
I withdraw.
Okay? Betty, I'm all for it, I'm just not sure what way you want to go with it. I definitely know what your intent is. You're kind of your intent, I'm just not sure what wording would be brought forward.
Let's move forward.
Okay, all those, then, with that being said, all those, I would like to make a motion. I'm not sure if I need to remake it or not, but unless anyone has a problem, let's just get it through. I would like to make a motion to establish the 2007-2008 non-union cost of living adjustment at 3.9%. Do I have a second? Motion made by myself, seconded by Mike. And basically where I am before with it, I understand concerns that other people have. I will give my 2 cents, is that if the motion had been made, and I kind of understand where Betty was with it, I would have voted against it. And the only reason I would have voted against it is I do not know what reasons Town Manager Milligan gave for these adjustments, and he did not make them as a cost of living. He made them for some type of reason he thought they needed to be adjusted. And where I see this as a cost of living adjustment, I would not have been against not giving people the same raise everyone else got. Anyways, any further discussion? All those in favor of making the cost of living adjustment for non-union 3.9, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Motion passes 6-1-0. Okay. Next, review of revenue and appropriation changes made during budget process to date.
Mr. Chairman, just to try, if we could, just review some of the changes we've made to date, to make sure the council's aware of all of them, make sure I'm handing out a sheet of paper to show the town council 2 things. The first is what was appropriated in 2006 and 2007, and what was proposed and has been changed so far in 2007, 2008. There was a suggestion or a request by the council of me initially to bring a budget in that was, excuse me, level funded or below total appropriations for all funds. The first sheet that you have in front of you just shows the town council the 06-07 budgets for each of the funds, the 07-08 budget for each of the funds, the variance, and then ultimately the bottom, the fact that we've reduced the total appropriations by $15,548. That number has changed to just over almost $19,000 based on some of the changes we made in general government. And the second page, if I could just flip to that real quick, is, excuse me, some additional recommendations that I would bring forward to the town council for consideration on savings to offset the cost of the 3.9% cost of living raise that the town council just approved. Again, at the very bottom of the page, you'll see the $15,448 number, which coincides with the front page.
Keith,
Yes, sir.
whereas we're the only ones that have this in front of us, I'd request that you would read the numbers
Oh,
out?
sure.
So just people can kind of get a feel for what is on the sheet.
Would you like just the second sheet read, or how would you like to?
I'm comfortable right now with just the second sheet
Okay.
being read, because I think that's basically, these are changes that you're bringing
Okay,
up and
great.
proposing.
Again, the non-union pay raise would be an increase in the budget of $143,195. To offset the cost of that, I would propose a 7.5% reduction in energy savings, which would be just oil and natural gas as part of the council's proposal for an energy conservation policy of 15%. Not knowing where we're going to go, I'd propose cutting half of that at this point, just to show and indicate to the council and to the employees that we are serious in trying to move the program forward.
So the question is, if you don't mind me being your foil on some of it, just so,
Free.
the question has to be, are you comfortable, based on what you're seeing for the energy policy in
Yes.
this draft form and what you plan on doing as the administrator?
Yes, sir.
That that's a reasonable amount?
I am. I'm comfortable with all these proposals.
Okay.
The office supply, I just made an across-the-board 10% reduction. If the council recalls, I think in this 2006-7 budget, there was a 15% reduction. Same with maintenance supplies, $506, operating supplies of $6,598. The health insurance reduction of $16,500 was because the health insurance carrier got back to us, I believe, today, and let us know that the proposed maximum increase went down by about 0.5%. So this $16,500 it reflects that 0.5% reduction. Okay. As we mentioned earlier, in the general government, there was a mistake in the town manager retirement account, so reduced that by $1,500. The fire telephone savings based on the new system, we reduced that by $3,000. There was, I think the council's accepted the reduction or elimination of the part-time animal control officer uniform position. This is the uniform allowance needs to be backed out of $200. The town council discussed the potential savings with the police department due to the promotions they're proposing with the retirement of the assistant chief. Those savings would total to $22,276. The police department would also save $2,200 on the phone system. There was a discussion about the office coordinator position within Public Works. What I've suggested to the town council that they consider would be hiring of a more of a secretarial position, and rather than a wage of $60,000, I've proposed a wage of just over $30,000 on an annual basis for that position. So the $34,000 is wages and benefits, associated benefits, as far as the reduction goes. I'm also proposing one reduction to the capital reserve of $10,000. That's for a salt shed that isn't needed for probably a couple of decades, so I think we can live without the $10,000 there. I am proposing to increase the budget by $51,058, which is the wages and benefits for a transfer station attendant. I think as the council discussed with Public Works on Wednesday evening of last week, the need to have a person working and collecting the fees as well as policing to make sure that the only people coming into the transfer station are people from Merrimack. So I would propose to add that line item back into the budget. The parks maintenance, the Wasserman Park dumpster was budgeted for twice, so I'm taking $300 out from that. A correction for the library workers' compensation for the part-time employee of $144, I'm backing that out.
Is that workers or unemployment?
That's workers' comp, I believe, is what I was told.
Unemployment.
It's unemployment, I'm wrong. I apologize for that.
Why we keep, that's why Tom's here.
That's why he's here. The library supply, again, to take that 10% reduction, that's a $1,647 reduction. I separated that out because, again, just to remind the council, they have no control over the itemized budget, but I would propose reducing the library budget by $1,651. Equipment maintenance, the car lift itself, I believe we can pay for that out of the unexpended monies we have in Public Works for sand and salt and those types of things, and we propose to take the $15,000 out of the 07-08 budget and purchase that lift if needed in 06-07 towards the end of the year to make sure we have that money available. The equipment maintenance uniforms, I reduced that by $815. The community development, there was some confusion and some questions over the correct salary amount in the community development budget when we first discussed that. We can reduce that by $4,689 to correct that. There's the next seven or 8 are wastewater cuts. I propose eliminating the assistant chief operator position, which is, that individual will be retiring at some point between now and July 1st. The savings from that is $97,469 wages and benefits. For the workers' compensation within wastewater, there was a mistake made in the calculation, so I reduced that by $28,029. Because we're no longer having an individual take a car home, we're proposing reducing the gasoline budget by $10,000 there. Bulking agent will be reduced by $20,600. Consultants, $4,250. Sewer maintenance by $4,000. Other operating expenses of $2,200, and vehicles of $10,000. In addition to that, the council tonight through the general government made reductions of an additional about just under $3,000 for the education and training, which is now free instead of $600. The dues, the ASPA, $155. So I wanted to so the total budget, the total, I guess, reduction or the total budget is $18,803 less than the total budget for 2006-07, which I think was what the goal was of the town council when I was first given my instructions. So those recommendations I feel very comfortable with, and would bring those forward to the town council for consideration.
Sorry, could you repeat how much you said it was less?
$18,803, if my math is correct.
And you forgot the $700 for grave openings.
$19,503. You get the grave openings? If I can just give Paul a second, as amazing as he is with these numbers, he just needs a second to make sure he doesn't make a mistake.
During that, Paul, I'd like to compliment you on your shirt this evening. Shows exquisite taste.
Actually, he's been given quite a ribbing today by his shirt. We are now calling him Barney.
Keith, did you take out the money for the dog pound too?
I'm sorry?
Did you take out the money for the dog pound? That was gonna be removed too.
No, we didn't. I apologize.
Well, that's okay, I'm in the swing here with you.
The swing of reducing? Let me just
swing.
give Paul a second so he can...
I'm trying to find the thing,
It's an 04.
We got the
Correct.
2,500 for election, right?
8430.
Yes, that's part of that.
19,503.
Well,
503, and then we go to dog,
well,
the dog issue.
The dog pound.
because we had eliminated that, had we
Yes.
not? So you can add $2,012 on it.
Well, I think right now, what I'd like us to look at is these cuts as a whole. I mean, we're still going to be going department by department, so I guess
don't
my
think you
question would be is,
I don't think you're going to eliminate that. I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr.
We'll deal
Chairman.
with it then. We'll wait.
well, I'm just saying, this is just what Keith has brought up, and no matter what we decide on it, Keith, I really give my gratification to your thankfulness for, we've given you a thing, then you added 150,000, and every one of these you're saying is reasonable, and looking at them, they seem like they're reasonable, and I understand how some of them just money fell from heaven for you. I mean, you're living good. I mean, the health,
No question about that.
16,000.
No question, and the police savings, there was some significant, easy ones to make. And again, it would have been easy to eliminate some capital reserves. I chose not to do that. I thought that the one for the salt shed was something that we could certainly live without because of it is so far in the future. So there were some one-time expenses that I thought we could potentially live without. I tried not to handicap the council in upcoming budgets for the 08-09 year and whatnot by, reducing things even more and having to make up for those in future years. So I'm trying to think a little further into the future and not handicap the council as they deliberate in future years with coming up with a total budget.
Okay. Yes, Tom?
Keith, earlier in here, when you first presented this budget, you were talking about $20 million or $20.8 million budget, and then there was a $4.6 million in kind of other funds that are based on proprietary funds. And
Sir.
I guess I thought, maybe I'm not correct, the wastewater was one of those.
Wastewater is a.
Right. So now you've got 165,000 in these reductions that are coming from an enterprise fund, not
Yes, sir.
from the tax base, if you will. Is that really, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to make sure I understand what we're talking about, because now we're talking about a $25.6 million or $25.5 million budget versus the $20 million budget, which impacted taxes and,
I don't disagree. My understanding was that my marching orders were for the total bottom line budget, not just general fund, but the total budget of the community. So what I tried to do was make these cuts based on that and try to balance myself to the total bottom line budget that was approved by the community. So that was my rationale for.
And that has always been my 5 years of selectman, what the marching orders I've always understood to be. And I've always, we talk about tax money or not, I've always been saying forever, there's no such thing as free money. The people of Merrimack pay for all these enterprise funds. And I've always been under the understanding, I mean, the numbers we've always tried to match have been that bottom number. And to me, it's always been, no matter where the money's coming from, our job is to stop spending. Just because the money isn't an enterprise fund, it doesn't mean we spend it. So to me, your goal was to meet that $25 million number, which is the same goal we've always tried to meet. That's what I have understood it as one counselor. And I've always felt, just because money's in an enterprise fund, it doesn't mean you spend it. It's all coming from people that live in Merrimack or work there. So at least my understanding is you certainly met what I expected. To me, that number was the number that we've always tried to meet, was that bottom line spending money. And that's what we spend. Yes, Tom?
and I understand where you're coming from. Every other year, they've presented the bottom line budget as that 25 million equivalent number. This year, because we've subtracted out these other funds that are paid for by proprietary funds and stuff like that, I've been grappling with this, trying to understand it. And while I understand that you don't have to spend the money just because it exists, I also realize that savings of $165,000 in a fund that's already funded by fees is not having any impact on the taxes, which I keep hearing people say we want to reduce our taxes by holding back our spending and stuff like that. And by holding back this spending, we're not impacting taxes at all. And so I'm still trying to wrestle with that and understand it. That's why I bring it up again, because I want it to be clear that these different numbers are floating around, and I'm having trouble getting my head wrapped around what's appropriate and what's not, and whether we're getting where we expect it to go to or not.
Okay, I agree. I mean, as far as I understand what you're saying, I also agree. To me, the less money, our charge, to me, is to spend less money as possible. And if I have a town manager saying he can get by without an assistant chief operator, somebody in the town of Merrimack in total is spending less than $97,000. That's $97,000 that can be used for something else. So the last thing I want anyone to do is say, we're going to fund the position because it ain't coming from tax money. I want us to be as lean as possible. And I guess I just look at it, this is the same number to me I've always been trying to match. Yes, Tom?
Well, the other thing about the enterprise, that particular sewer account, is that if that money isn't used, it stays in the sewer account. So that when we do the rate study and funding, they're going to take a look at our beginning balance or the amount of money that's contained in that account. And that could flow through any kind of rate estimate or rate change that the consultant might suggest to us as a means of financing some of those other projects that we have coming up that we know are coming for the sewer. So, I mean, it's not that it seems to me it works out roughly the same way, it's just the way it's accounted for. Okay, because if you might save a few cents here and there on a gallonage charge for your sewer rate, as opposed to a few cents off the tax rate. I think I've got a good analogy. I hope I do. Okay, either that or I really don't understand it.
No, I mean, it's close either way. I guess it comes to what we're looking for. To me, I've always been looking at the number that the voters are voting on. That's what I've always felt the number that we're dealing with is the number that goes before the voters. And the number that goes before the voters is a $25 million number. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what I felt the number we're managing. And I understand where Tom's coming from.
Just one last hit at it. I wasn't here, I'll admit it, for the wastewater treatment presentation, and I was given a copy of the meeting and have not had a chance to view it. So I guess the question is, did you actually discuss eliminating the assistant chief operator at that time? And was the department head happy with that, or does it make sense to go back to the department head and see what his feelings are on being able to operate wastewater at this point with that salary level individual removed?
Okay, I mean, as far as I'll go to the top, my personal thing is that they work for the town manager who's ultimately responsible, but I'll let him answer that.
To make it a long story short, the Public Works Director brought these proposed cuts forward to me. I didn't make these in a vacuum. These were brought to me, and I brought these forward to the town council for consideration. So he is aware of these. We didn't discuss them at last week's meeting, but again, in an attempt to try to refine the bottom line and get to a point where we were at no greater expenses than last year, this was a suggestion by the Public Works Director to eliminate the position.
Okay.
Okay, before we go to, well, again, anyone can always say what they want, but I'm going to be making a motion anyways, that as the first step to beginning the process of making adjustments to Keith's budget, that we incorporate these changes to Keith's budget, so that we would be starting, when we come back after recess, we would be making changes to his original budget, and then the addendum he has put for us this evening. Again, and that is not to say we cannot change any of these as we go through it. It would just be a neat package of starting it off with, in the end, this represents Keith's final recommendations, is what it is. Do I have a second? Okay, motion made by myself, seconded by Nancy. And again, what I'm saying is I am not saying that we all walk off the pier with these. I'm saying we've asked him to give his recommendations. He's gone through the process. He's added $140,000 in raises, and then he has come back to say, I still want to meet the same thing, which is level funded. We're free to change any of these as we go through the process, as we are any part of it. I just think it would be a universal way to stand it and not spend another 2 hours going through this. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the changes as put on this spreadsheet, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 6-1-0. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I don't want to keep it to your break, but again, the only changes in revenues that I just want to make sure the council's aware of is at this point, is $64,500 for additional revenues from the transfer station, as we discussed during the budget review. So those
If
are the
that is
additional
right, that's
changes.
what you're putting in, and hopefully it'll get approved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Coming back to discuss revenues, or was that the revenue
I think that was
discussion
our
we just
revenue
had?
discussion, was that that's the only change. Okay, I recommend we go to recess to 8:10 and come back, and we will begin with, I guess we'll give town manager overview. Keith has 2 seconds, and then go to assessing.
Thank you, Nancy. What's that?
Expect us to use is, we will listen to a few words from Mr. Hickey again, and then we will begin. I will go around as we've done before, beginning at one end, then alternating, and if we have any cuts or additions to make, I would expect the counselor to bring them forward at that time, and we would handle them as motions. Paul? I would expect that you will be keeping a running tally on this, and we'll be going to you to see where we are.
Yep.
And at 10 o'clock, it is my opinion that we will stop and see where we are, and at that time, agree as a council whether we want to attempt to finish, or whether we're going to adjourn for the evening and come back and finish it tomorrow night, which we do have an agenda item. Yes.
I have a scheduled appointment Monday nights at 9 o'clock. I may excuse myself for a few minutes at that point in time.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. Can I ask real quick, is there something you think might be 5 or 10 minutes, or?
15 to 20.
Oh, okay. All right, what we'll do on that is at 9 o'clock, Tom, we'll go into a 10-minute recess, just to go into it, because and then that'll at least buy you a little time. I really don't want you to miss any more than you have to on this. Yep. Okay. And what I'm looking at is, again, at this point, I really am looking for just where the rubber meets the road, and I'm looking to not as much discussion as I am changes. We have a budget in front of us now, and I'm looking for changes as we go into it. That's it. Keith, you're up.
I really don't have much to add. I gave the council an overview on where we are based on the changes that have been made by the council, as well as the proposed changes that you've agreed to absorb the cost of living raise, as well as the additional revenues. I thought what we were going to do was go down, excuse me, by the department as the council reviewed them in the budget review process. So I don't really have any more than that unless the council has any questions specifically for me.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin.
First
If,
was assess.
We're going to begin with assessing, and we'll start at Tom's area. And basically, again, what the process is, if Tom has any additions to make or subtractions to make, he'll make them. And of course, if he needs to ask any questions that will make him comfortable doing either, he would also do that at that time also. Okay, Tom, you're up.
This Tom.
You, Tom.
You, Tom.
Assessing,
My
I have
fault,
nothing.
my fault totally.
I have nothing.
My fault totally.
Here, I said, oh, let's go to him, good.
It would be Finley if it started on this side.
So my apologies.
Nancy?
I have no suggestions for changes.
Mike?
I was wondering how we felt about an assessing coordinator. That was,
It is really, Mike, if you're asking, that's kind of the nuts and bolts of the operation. The assessing coordinator, because again, what Mr. Purvis does is 1 day a week.
oh, I'm sorry, the administrative assessor. That's different. You have an administrative assessor and an assistant assessor, correct?
Yeah. What number are we looking at?
8103.
Okay.
What was that position again?
Well, the one you've mentioned is assistant assessor. And basically, he's the one person that's out there
Skip that,
checking
I'm
the
sorry.
properties.
Go ahead, Dave, I'm all set.
Okay, I'm all set. Betty? Okay, we have successfully gone through assessing. At the current rate we're going through, we'll be out of here at 8:30. Welfare. Okay, Finley, you're up. Okay, Tom?
I'm all set.
Betty?
All set.
I am all set with welfare. Mike?
The same.
All set.
No problems.
Okay, next up is town clerk tax collector. That's number 24 in our books. Okay, and we begin with Tom Mahon.
I have nothing.
Nancy?
Well, I've just received some additional information from Diane regarding her proposal. I don't know if we want to take a minute to read it, or do we want to ask for a overview?
Not really. I mean, to be very blunt, no. I mean, we've gone through this portion, and we are where we are, and we can do that, or we can be here 3 days. I'm just saying, right now, we have had this going on.
Could you call me back?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to stress, we can do whatever you want, but at the end, don't everyone be looking at me when it's been a 3-day thing.
I understand.
I'm looking at it as my role to get us through here.
Give me a minute and I'll get back to me. Thank you.
Mike?
All set.
Okay, I am all set. Betty?
Yes, I'd like to discuss line item 8107, wages part-time. And before I make my motion, the council may want me to make two rather than one. There is budgeted an account clerk 2 for 150 hours at a cost of $1,757. This department is losing one full-time position, one full-time counter person. And as I indicated before, I have concerns when it gets busy or someone's out sick or on vacation, that there is not going to be adequate coverage for that department. At one time or another, each one of us goes to that office.
Betty, you making a motion now? I'm just trying to try and get it. Is this a motion that you're about to make, or?
Yeah, I'm about to
Okay,
make one.
very good.
And because of the workload, what I'm going to propose is that, and this isn't a motion yet, but I'm going to make a proposal that the account clerk 2 position that's currently in there be eliminated, and that we add a part-time position with a different salary. So would you like it in 2 motions?
I think for clarity, yeah, I don't care which order you do it in, but yeah, I think I'd like to see one with the deduction and one with the addition, and how you do it, but I'd like to see those 2 motions.
All right. Well, so that I don't cut it totally off, then I'll make the addition first.
Sure.
I move that we add to line item 8107, wages, part-time, in the town clerk tax collector's budget, $13,377, with related costs for Social Security, workman's comp, and unemployment.
Okay. And the only question I have, Betty, is that going to be a new account clerk, or are you adding those hours to the account clerk too that's there?
I am not adding those to
Okay, so that will be a separate
It will
item.
be a new position of part-time.
Okay.
Not permanent part-time, a part-time employee.
Okay. Okay, motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy. Discussion on the motion.
The discussion is, as you have before you, is a piece of paper, and I want to make modifications to it a bit by indicating that this is a part-time position for 20 hours a week, at the starting salary of $12.25 per hour, or I should say at a salary of $12.25 per hour, which would total $13,377. It is a position that could be utilized for 52 weeks if necessary. It's to pick up the bulk and to help cover. My rationale for going that route is when you have a temporary part-time person in that department, they're very limited as to what they can do. They cannot do auto registrations. There's a number of transactions and serving the public that a regular part-time employee that's just on call cannot do. So my rationale behind this is that this part-time person that would work 21 hours a week for 52 weeks would be adequately trained in the event that she needed to cover the counter for one situation or another. In addition to that, she would be able to pick up the additional paperwork and assist with the mail that comes in for the mail-in registrations and the new process that we have on the computer and so forth and so on.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Tom?
I was wondering if you could explain your rationale in changing it to 20 instead of 21 as recommended by the town clerk tax collector for 3 7-hour days.
Pardon me?
She had put 21 to be 3 7-hour days, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in her recommendation. I'm just wondering if there's something that you know that,
It says 21, I recommended 21 hours a week, but for 52 weeks.
Well, I thought I heard you say 20 hours a week, and that's why you reduced it from
I'm
the number
sorry, I
she
meant
had of
21.
13,711
Now, the
to
reason why I reduced it
13,377.
is because the proposal says for a permanent part-time, and it says a starting wage, and then with a 6-month probation, and then an increase after 6-month probation. Commonly, we don't have part-time employees that have a probationary period. We hire part-time people. If they don't work out, then you let them go and you hire another part-time person. And after talking with the town manager, that is pretty consistent with other departments. They pay an hourly rate to a part-time employee. So if I did say 20, I'm sorry, it's 21. It's 21 hours a week for 52 weeks, which is 13,377. Am I correct, Paul?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I understood your motion, you also filled in whatever was appropriate for Social Security, workers' comp, and unemployment to make the total.
I didn't
in there, but
specify the totals,
No,
but I
but you
did
asked
say
that
to
that be
include
added.
the Social Security, workman's comp, and unemployment, yes.
Thank you.
Mike?
Betty, there's 5 full-time people in that department? That is correct?
There will be a total of 5, including the town clerk and the deputy, yes,
So that's 5, and then you want a part-time?
yes.
Okay.
And I want a part-time because, and I have verified this also, and having been the town clerk tax collector and the deputy town clerk tax collector, according to accounting principles, you should not have somebody collecting money over the counter and also reconciling that money. That's why you read of situations that are in the newspaper about town clerks or town clerks / something else, tax collectors, that run into some trouble, and towns run into trouble as a result of that. So it's not recommended. It's also been an auditor's past recommendation that position. Now, there are situations where the town clerk will in fact go out there, but it isn't something that I would want to see, and I don't think anybody else would want to see on a daily basis.
Okay, Betty, on it, you've mentioned there's 2 motions. Are you going to be making another motion to cut a full-time position if this passes?
No, I'm going to make a motion to cut whatever money is in there, the $1,700 that's in there for the account clerk too, part-time.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Finley had a
Yes,
question.
Finley.
I'm trying to get my arms around the town manager's recommendation and how he, did his research and work to come to his conclusions on what he thought would be appropriate to present to us. And I didn't, I'm believing, but could be mistaken, that Keith's initial proposal, he had his discussions with Diane and went over the department, and, he seemed to be comfortable. And I have to imagine, while it might be tight and Diane would like another part-time position, I think, I was imagining that there was an understanding that their suggestion would work. And so, if that's true, and we're trying to, find a way to tighten up the budget and all, I don't know. I'm just trying to get it to the point of, is it necessary? It would be nice, but is it necessary? And I don't know if Keith has anything, and if not, that's okay. I was counting on his judgment across the board with the suggestions that he's made, and so the change is understandable, because I think there's some, tight fit in a lot of areas right now because of the work that has gone on between the past budget, our current budget and the proposals for our upcoming budget.
Okay, I don't know if Keith wants to speak to it or not, but I spoke to Keith about it, as I've spoken on a lot of it, and I feel, on one end, I understand everything that Betty's saying, and the part about money coming in and coming out certainly concerns me. On the other end, I believe that all of these cuts are going to be tough. I mean, I don't think any of it's easy, and I probably, at this moment, will be voting not to put the money back in, to leave it the way it is. So, and I'm going based on what he has said. Keith, you're up.
Well, I guess to be brief, I'm sure Diane, I know Diane is concerned and uncomfortable with the fact that she's losing a position through the attrition and reducing her window staff from 4 to 3. However, and there will be times, certainly during the month, whether it be the first week of the month or the last week of the month, when the bulk of the registrations seem to come in and there's a waiting line, or during property tax bill times, that you may have to wait a few minutes longer. No question about that. Again, my basis was, I had a goal to achieve, and I felt as though that area was one of the areas that would have the least amount of impact to residents. I recognize that basically almost every person who lives in Merrimack comes to the town clerk tax collector for one issue or another. But again, I felt as though the priority in my mind was to minimize any impact on safety services first and foremost. And to do that, unfortunately, I had to recommend the reduction of one staffing member in the tax office.
Any other discussion? So what we're getting is, on that area, you do feel there will be services will be affected, but it's the position you needed to go with. Is that correct, Keith?
To meet the council's goals, I do.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adding the,
Sorry, Dave. I apologize for the delay in putting my hand up. The monthly work will be accomplished, may be delayed at certain times of the month. Did I understand that correctly?
The monthly work will be done. You may see a little bit, you may have a person or two greater in line at certain times of the month. But again, I think with the approaches that the tax office has tried with mail-in renewals and things of that nature, there are opportunities out there to not have to stand in line if people choose to do that.
Okay.
But there will be impacts at certain times of the year when things are busy, no question.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Mike?
Keith, those couple times that it is busy during the month, the beginning and the end so far, is it okay and is it allowable that the town clerk or the deputy town clerk could come out to the counter to help?
Well, I think
I'd like to jump in there,
Feel
if I
free,
can.
sorry.
Sure.
I only say it from it, that is something that happens on a regular basis, Mike. I'm just saying, on an almost regular basis, when I'm up there, I've seen Diane and Linda come up there many times if they see a certain amount of people. So I'm just saying,
Great.
that is something I feel comfortable saying
Okay.
goes on right now.
Thanks.
Okay, real quick. I'm torn a little back on this. I've come here wanting to cut many areas, and the other areas I'm looking at services, and I believe Keith has made part of our jobs a lot easier tonight by the cuts he put in front of us, so I guess as we start out, I'm probably going to be voting to put this one in, and hope in the end we're going to be end up cutting more as it goes. It's tough at the beginning, but the last thing I've said before, there were some people that feel the only services they get in this town are when they drop off their trash and when they show up and pay their tax bill. So, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 5-0 with Finley and Mike against.
Paul had the total on that? Or is he going to do that at the end?
Nope, I have it right now.
And that'll include wages?
Wages and benefits.
Wages and benefits.
Benefits, yeah.
$14,453.
So you did hire, so that wasn't hired, that
That
position is
that
filled.
position was just added, the part-time position was just added. Okay, Betty, you're up.
Town clerk tax collector, wages part-time, line item 8107. I move that we deduct $1,757 for the account clerk two.
Second. Motion made by Betty, seconded by Tom Mahon.
I'd like to suggest that the stuff that flows through the,
Okay,
Yes,
and all related benefits and necessities, Social Security, workman's comp, and unemployment.
Can we make a standard thing as we go through this, in case any of us forget that any time a wage is affected, you will automatically put in all associated costs that come with that? I mean, one goes without the other. You can't deduct one without taking the rest with it. It is my hope that we'll make them with that, as Betty has done, but in case one of us forgets, at least raise your hand and say, you mean this too. Okay. All right. Betty, any discussion, or have you already addressed it?
I've already addressed it.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Opposed.
Okay, motion passes 610. Tom Koenig being against. Okay. Betty, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Tom?
Nope.
Finley?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Nancy?
Fine.
Okay. Next up, community development, and we're beginning with Finley. Finley, do you have anything you'd like to add or subtract? Again, community development, as Finley has just mentioned, is 21.
I'm all set.
Tom Koenig?
Nope, I'm all set.
Okay, Betty?
All set?
I am all set. Mike?
Set.
Nancy?
All set.
Tom?
All set, thank you.
Dave, I do have something, I'm sorry.
Sure.
On 8393, Horse Hill Nature Preserve Planning and Management. I wondered if that $10,000 could come from the Conservation Fund as opposed to the budget.
Okay. I guess who would be the one that would answer that?
I don't know if Walter could help me out. I guess the question I have is, the question I'm unsure of is what the $10,000 is going to be actually used for. I think that there are some specifics that money can be used on conservation.
Is Walter coming forward?
Walter's coming forward.
Okay.
Excited to be here.
I'm sorry, can you name what number are you talking about?
8393. Sure.
If I understand the question, it's
Isn't it sure?
what are the funds within that?
Can that be used for, can the
Conservation funds be used for that money.
Horse Hill
instead of
Nights,
budget
yes,
money.
thank you. Can Horse Hill,
Those funds were put in there to basically to cover my department expenses in support of the Horse Hill Nature Preserve effort, if you will. The Conservation Commission's funds can be spent on the property itself for improvements and for capital items of that sort. But the 10,000 is to cover ancillary expenses that my department may have in supporting the subcommittee.
What would some of them be, Walter?
For example, we've had printing expenses for the definitive plan. There are plans to put together trail maps and other kiosk material, things of that sort. That would all come out of that $10,000. There's not a lot of money there because the Conservation Commission does have the ability to apply its own funds, but it was just to keep that effort moving along, if you will.
If I might, Dave, just so I absolutely understand you, it cannot be used, those conservation funds cannot be used for that, the items related to that $10,000?
I wouldn't say that unequivocally, because my understanding is that the Conservation Commission funds need to be applied to the property itself. And there are other, associated activities which kind of fall into a gray area, and that's why that 10,000 remained in the budget this time around.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure if we'd already gone, yes, Tom?
Oh, you're done with yours, right?
I am, thank you.
I was wondering if you could remind me again why there's $40,000 is taken out for the economic development. Did we move that somewhere else, or is it just we decided not to go that way? Or
That was one of the tough choices that needed to be made to reach the target number that the council had charged the town manager with meeting.
Thank you, Walter.
So we're in the process of putting together the Economic Development Committee, and they're supposed to be reviewing stuff that's being spent now, the economic plan or whatever it is that you're getting put together, is that right?
Yeah, the economic profile, the draft is completed, the committee is being organized, the strategic plan is being funded out of this year's, this fiscal year budget. What it does is it will leave the committee short on resources, if you will, but I believe it won't overly compromise the committee. They still will have the results of that process to work with, the results of the profile and the strategic plan, and there are initiatives that can move forward. They just won't be well-resourced.
Thank you.
Anybody have, yes, Mike?
I just have a quick question. Walter, when is the GIS project? Do you have a completion date for that?
Yes. Okay, hold on one second. I think I had reported on that previously. We're looking for an optimistic launch date of probably late March for an internal launch, if you will, of the web-based system. But I think it's safe to say it will certainly be delivered before the end of this fiscal year, just with slough time and testing and things like that.
Are we still going to need that number every year after that is completed?
There's going to be a certain amount of support that's required because whether it's through staff resources or whether through consultant resources, now that we have the system, we can put it to work. So I expect that we will need the resources of someone to be developing analyses that would be useful to various departments and to the council as you're looking at different policy decisions, you know, as we're citing municipal facilities, and as we're trying to make more and more information available to the public.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Okay, then we'll move on. Next up, the library. Okay. I believe we're beginning at your end. You all set? Tom?
Set.
Betty?
I'm all set for right at the moment. I just skipped on
Okay. And I want to stress, we are not in a position to tell the library how they run their, they have the library trustees for that. We are in a position to make adjustments to their budget. So any amounts we make, we can make under the amount equivalent to, and again, what they do is what they do. Yes,
Can I just ask a procedure on this one?
yeah.
So would we be recommending,
I'm going to make a
if there's
motion.
any- Okay, if there's any suggestions, would it actually be coming off from the grand total?
The number would come from the library's number. This is the way we're going to do it. I'm going to give a motion. I'm going to say what the equivalent is. In the end, they may decide to take that number from somewhere else. So, but I'm going to say this is where I'm coming from it. In the end, they may decide to take it from somewhere else.
Okay, I just wanted a clarification of
Okay.
how it was going to be done.
Okay, 8103, wages supervisory. I make a motion that we remove $84,829 from the library budget, which is equivalent to the salary and all accompanying benefits for the assistant library director. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion?
Okay. All right, motion made by myself, seconded by Betty. To make a long story short, after asking the library for information about, the department, the job descriptions and that, it is my opinion that I believe that the library can continue to operate without any lessening of services to the people with the removal of that position. Any other discussion?
the dollar amount, Dave?
Total was $84,829.
That's what benefits.
That's with benefits.
One more time, David. that-
$84,829. Tom?
For discussion?
Oh, absolutely.
I have a hard time supporting that, I guess, without some better description of how you can justify that. I mean, the testimony I've heard from the library is that they feel they've cut down to where any further cuts, and we've made those, will cut into the services and the hours and what they can offer to the townspeople. And
Tom,
so-
did you read all the information the library provided us?
No, I haven't had a chance.
Okay, I have.
So I'm asking for clarification.
I can't do your reading for you, but what I can say
I
is,
can just vote the way I understand it.
no, and that's what I'm doing. What I'm saying is after reading all of the volumes of it, it is my feeling based on job descriptions that I see in some cases to be overlapping. I personally, and that's what I want to stress, every one of us is voting what we think. I don't necessarily ask you to vote that way or anyone else, but I am comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Finley?
Dave, when did we get that information on the library? Is it in the packet?
I saw it in the packets about 2 days ago, I believe
Friday.
it was in there.
Because I haven't seen it either, and that
Okay.
was, if it was in the basket, I didn't get it over the weekend. So I just didn't understand.
And I want to stress, and I'm not trying to be curt, what I'm saying is we have received literally thousands of pages, so I'm not saying people can read it or can read it, but when I make a decision based on something that I have read, at the same time, I'm not in a position to regurgitate it all with it. I think we all have our obligation as we sit here on what we feel comfortable voting on. So that's where I'm coming from. Okay, any other discussion? The motion is to remove $84,829 from the budget, from the library, equivalent to the Assistant Director of Library position. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails, 4-3. Those in favor were Betty Spence, Tom Koenig, Finley Rothaus, and Tom Mahon.
Against.
Oh, I apologize. Opposed. I'm sorry. Were Tom, Finley, Betty, and Tom. And those who were in favor of the motion were Nancy, Mike, and myself. Okay. That is all I had. Mike?
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Nancy?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the budget by $30,000 to be determined by the library itself, where it will be called out.
Okay. All right, do we have a second to the motion? Motion made by Nancy, seconded by Betty.
I guess my reason for that is, I remember last time when the budget was determined, and I think there were a lot of things, obviously, all of us know what was going on with the library, and everyone was really sensitive, but every department in the town gave up a certain amount, and the library didn't. So I think they need to put their fair share in this time.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those, yes, Betty?
If you wanted to change the amount, can you do a friendly amendment?
I'd be receptive to a friendly.
Okay.
Looking at the actual '05 and '06 versus budget for last year, and going through what we went through in April and not getting much cooperation from the library itself, I'd like to change your amount to $40,000.
Okay, what I'd like to do, instead of going back and forth on the right way to do it, I'd like you just to withdraw the motion, which you can do by the rules, and if you want to go that way, remake it.
I'd be happy to withdraw.
Okay? And according to the rules, you're the only one that has to, the second does not. And if you would like to restate the motion?
I would like to propose a what was the amount, Betty? $40,000 reduction in the library operating budget.
Okay,
Second.
discussion? Tom?
The town manager has already made several reductions in the library operating budget, partly in looking at the part-time custodial aid, I don't know, 14,000 or some number like that. And just tonight in the operating supplies, things of that nature. I don't know if you guys have taken that into consideration in your numbers, or this is in addition to those cuts the library didn't request, and
Hold on, let me
so
find what paper
I
that's
guess my
on.
question
That
is,
was number 15 on the budget adjustments.
And just so we're good, Thomas brought up a point, so we're not, everything we're making is an addition. We've already taken the cuts that Mr. Hickey has made.
Yeah.
So when someone mentions 40,000, to me, you're saying an additional 40,000 on top
Correct.
of what's already there.
and I understand that, but the discussion I was hearing was based on this number and based on something that happened last year, and so it wasn't necessarily based on the numbers of what Mr. Hickey had put in, or I was asking for clarification that in fact it did take into account those cuts already.
It did take into the cuts. The additional cut this evening that was presented is 1,600. And I do understand it has to do with the part-time custodian has a cut in it as well.
And so that we're clear, at least for the minutes and all that, the motion you have made and the Betty has seconded is for an additional 40,000 on top of anything else that may have already been laid out before.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay?
Abstentions? Motion passes 4-3-0 with Finley, Tom Koenig, and Todd Mahon opposing. Okay, Nancy, do you have anything else? Tom?
Nothing.
Okay. Did we skip over anyone was there anyone that passed during the process? I don't believe so.
I did pass. That's
okay.
why we came back, so I'm all set.
Okay. All right. Library is set. We're next up is Building and Grounds. And we would begin with Tom Mahon.
Hey, before you start that, can I ask a question?
Sure.
The 3.9% non-union cost of living, does that include library employees?
Yes. Should.
Who are you asking?
Anybody who
Town manager?
Right, okay, that's why I want to make
Usually
sure.
library has their own wages, own raises, and that number of the 145 did not include the library at that time. The library, I believe in their budget, has included their raises. So
Yes.
far, yes. So they already included raises in their budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, where are we? Oh, that was his.
Building and grounds.
Right, we all set to move on? Okay. We all set, Betty?
Yeah, could I just ask what the number was for the wages increase number for the library?
It was in the packet, I believe, wasn't it?
Which one?
No, it wasn't. That wasn't in there.
I didn't see it. I
Maybe-
read them all. I have them all here.
It's just job descriptions.
Can we move on? Is someone looking for it then? I mean,
It's not in there.
I don't think it's included in that.
Yeah, it's not.
You want to ask the librarian
There was
or the
some,
trustee of
Whoever
the
can
trust funds if
answer.
they can answer that?
Pardon me?
She was just,
yeah.
this is,
That was just a, that's just a.
it doesn't say increase. but it says-
What's the 2007, 2008 wage adjustment percentage for library employees?
It's varied. We explained that at the last time. It's half of the raise that we were going to give, and it's not. It's a change in the pay scale, so it varies with the people, depending, because it was getting people back up to where they should be. Last year, we came with a half of this increase based on a survey that we did, and this year we were going to give the other half, but when the mandate came down to not do that, we cut it in half. So it does vary. I can find out what the percentage is.
All I need to know is there a standard across-the-board cost of living
No,
increase?
there is not.
It's just salary adjustments?
It's salary adjustments
thank you.
based on the various departments.
Thank you.
Okay, we ready to move to building and grounds? All right, building and grounds.
Can I make a really quick comment?
We have all night.
Thank you. Part of my deliberation having to do with this cut had to do with the reading that we were given. And one of the things I noticed that there was $10,000 and $6,000 wage adjustments in 1 year
To individuals.
to individuals.
Right.
So I guess that was part of my thought process as well when I was reading.
Anybody have anything else? Tom, is your appointment is at 9 on the nose, or do you need to get out a couple of minutes early on that?
I need to get out in a few minutes.
Okay, why don't we see how quickly building and grounds goes, and depending how it goes, we'll do a brief recess. Okay, building and grounds, which side? Okay,
Nothing?
I'm all set.
All set.
Okay. That went so well.
Take the next one.
Parks and Recreation, and just to give everyone a heads up, depending on how this goes, I may recess during discussion. Anyways, beginning with that, we'll begin with Finley.
I'm all set, Dave.
I'm not prepared to make any changes.
Okay. Betty?
Pass me.
Okay, pass to me. I have nothing. Mike?
Yes, under 8322, I'd like to take out the $700 for the Horseshoe Pond condominium, the piece of land that's out front there. They seem to maintain it themselves.
Oh, okay.
8322, maintenance grounds. Median irrigation, Horseshoe Pond condominium. I'm sorry, Dave.
What number there? 13?
It's 8322, maintenance and grounds.
That's,
You in Parks and Rec or Parks and Rec?
we're Parks and Rec, not Parks Maintenance. I apologize for that.
13.
Right now, we're Parks and Recreation, right?
I get parks maintenance, okay.
Okay, right, Parks and Recreation.
About that.
Yeah, oh, that's, we don't have numbers here, so I can see where the big confusion. Okay, so Mike, are you all set on Park and Recs?
I'm past, Dave.
I'm all set.
Tom? All set. I'm gonna go back to Betty, who passed. Mike?
I'm good, Dave.
Okay. Then with that being said, I'd like to start off with Parks and Maintenance, and we will go on recess after this item, and if this item seems to be prolonged, we'll go on recess during it. Finley? What? 11.
I'm all set, Dave.
Okay, Tom? Betty?
That's it.
I'm all set, and my crystal ball tells me that Mr. Malzone has something.
We still on Parks and Recreation?
We're on maintenance now.
Maintenance.
You guys are moving way too fast on me tonight, guys.
Number 11.
Figures I left my glasses
What's in
at home.
track shoes?
I'm good, yeah. Good, Dave.
Are you, no, are you?
the one
Because
that's
we can go to
That's
recess.
the one you had the horse on.
What I'm gonna do is, as I said, I'm gonna go to recess now. I can go back into that, and that way, when we come back from recess, well, this will be the last recess of the evening. We will come back at 10 past and firm, and again, what we're accomplishing is allowing Tom to at least not miss 20 minutes of discussion. Thank you, Tom. Okay, 10 past,
Hey, did
we'll
we
be
finish
back.
with that last one? Parks and Rec. What was the one that you went to first?
8322 is what you
Page
wanted.
3.
And we are in
No, no,
recess.
what was the one before that, though? You had,
We were talking about Parks Rec maintenance, and we were at Mike Maldonado.
yes, under 8322.
Okay, and we're at section 11.
Yes, sir. Median irrigation, Horseshoe Pond condominium. I'd like to take out the $700.
Okay, have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mike, would you like to speak to the motion? And before you do, Mike, I just want to ask, and I'm not looking for opinions here, I want to know if we have facts. Do we have any legal or contractual obligations to fund that?
Not that we're aware of, no.
Good enough. Mike, you're up.
Yes, we do not, as a town, maintain that. I see, the contractors for Horseshoe Pond taking care of that area. I think we could send that over to him. Rather take that out. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Finley?
I've seen that on my laws. I was wondering if anybody knows why it's even there, how it came to be. I don't think Keith would know.
No, it predated me.
I just never asked the question. All right.
There was a quick thing on it at one of these
Couple
meetings
weeks
that are
ago.
all falling into it. And what it did is that there was kind of an informal agreement at the time that the town would do its share, and it kind of alternated, and eventually just became a point where the condominium just started taking care of it time after time, but the town kept that line item on there in case the day the phone rang. That is how I understood that to be. And the phone hasn't rang, we expect it to ring tomorrow morning, and here we are. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of removing the 700, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Motion passes 601. Okay, do we have anything else? I believe we had already gone around, and we went back to Mike on that one. So next up is wastewater treatment. And I believe we're beginning with Finley.
I have.
Okay, Tom?
I have nothing.
Ready?
On the sheet that we received tonight, there was a position elimination, correct?
Yes.
In the amount of,
$97,469.
I'll set.
Okay. Keith, on the changes you made, did part of it include removing the vehicle for the Assistant Director of Public Works?
Yes, sir. It'll be brought home during known emergencies, but on a daily basis, that will end.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Good.
Nancy?
Fine.
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And we're beginning at Tom's end, and we are at Highway. I apologize. We are at Equipment Maintenance, I'm sorry.
Number is
16.
16.
Okay, number 16, I'm being told.
I'm all set.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
Mike?
Good.
Okay, I'm all set. Betty?
I'll set.
Tom?
I don't have a motion to make, but I want to make a statement. I did miss this discussion, but it seems like the DPW in general has been hit with quite a few reductions in staff. The discussions I've heard in the past have all indicated that they are needed people. I'm sure the department has signed up and agreed to the cuts necessary to make this a zero budget increase. I'm not going to make a change in this at the moment, but I'm frustrated that our roads are not being repaired and our people are not necessarily there to help us out and support us when we do have issues because of these kinds of cuts. Not sure how far we can go in this direction and not start feeling it very seriously. Other than that, I don't have any adjustments to suggest.
Hey, Finley?
No, at this point, I'm all set.
Okay, and Finley, we will be beginning with you with highway.
Actually, I don't believe I have anything in the line of changes, but I do have a
Bless you.
comment that kind of follows on Tom's comment on equipment maintenance, and that is that as development continues in town, a little bit slower now than it had been some at other times, I find that the planning board adds items to developments or requests those to happen, improvements on public right-of-way, sometimes small, but things that have to be maintained, sidewalks, and it's, those type of items that are being added can become difficult to take care of, and I think that those items should be contemplated by the planning board when putting them on. We have to be careful. It adds cost to the town's business.
Thank you.
But nothing else to change.
Okay, Betty? Oh,
I
sure.
need a little bit,
Oh, I'm sorry, were you?
oh, who you
I
are
thought you
I was
addressing?
asking you, but I don't talk real clear, so. Betty, you go next.
Come back to you.
Okay, are we talking about equipment and maintenance, or are we talking about highway?
Highway.
Highway.
Okay, only because equipment maintenance has to do with the mechanics.
Right, we're talking highway.
We're at highway now.
Yeah, Finley was beginning highway. We ended with equipment maintenance, and then Finley was first one up on highway.
Okay.
Skip Tom.
What about Tom?
Well, no, I didn't. I didn't
okay,
skip
all
him. Tom was up, and then she raised her hand like there was a question of process, and that's why I recognized Betty.
I'm sorry, I got a little lost because
Yeah, no,
Tom
I
made
wasn't skipping
a
over.
comment about concerned of roads and things like that, and I thought we were still on equipment maintenance.
No, we were on highway. We were coming around the other way on highway.
Okay, I'm sleeping. Okay. I'm also-
Tom, you're up.
I move to add $150,000 to line 8505 infrastructure in the highway department.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Tom Koenig, seconded by Tom Mahon.
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry.
We have invariably in the past used that line item as a kind of a catch-all to make up for any losses or whatnot that may have been occurred throughout the year. And so oftentimes, we don't do the highway maintenance that we ought to be doing. And so my concern is that by trimming it back to $150,000 this year, budgeting $51,634 next year, budgeting only $175 this year. The request was for $325,000. Last actual in 05-06 was $267,000. I think we're ignoring the maintenance of our roads to a level that we can't continue to do. And it's real easy to come back to this line item and say, well, we needed to spend an extra $50,000 for some emergency that came up. We just won't do as much hot top this year or blacktop or whatever you want to call it. So I'm concerned that we are robbing Peter to pay Paul in this case. And we take in a huge amount of money in vehicle registration fees, and we have no direct allocation of that money towards maintenance of the roads. And I think that there should be an association of that way. And so I'm proposing that we put a paltry amount of those vehicle registration fees back in towards infrastructure to maintain the roads in town and keep them from deteriorating even yet further.
Okay, further discussion. Betty?
In part of our backup, I had asked a question regarding road paving and minor reconstruction. And it was January 17, 2007 budget message in which there were general questions answered. Because I remember that there was a road improvement capital reserve fund that had been set up. And under number 12 of the questions, the question was, can the road reconstruction capital reserve fund be used to do minor road repaving or improvements? And the warrant article was quoted here, so I guess for just a simple yes or no, can it be used for that purpose?
I don't think so, no. I think because it clearly says for the construction and reconstruction of other roads. It doesn't talk about overlays and simple things of that nature, so
To include design, engineering, easements, and other such related costs. That would be other such related costs regarding the design, engineering, and easement, right?
that'd be my read of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody have anything else?
Just a quick comment. I'm supporting Tom because I just look to a neighbor to a north and see what type of difficulty they had or costs they had with their infrastructure, because it was neglected for years.
Who was their town manager there in that phase?
And so I'm always concerned with the reduction in capital reserve funds, some appropriate, others I have great questions about, and this line item as well. I'd like to, those costs, when let go too far, instead of just being a simple overlay, become a deep foundation repair problem, and so I will be supporting Tom.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? Nancy?
May I make a friendly amendment?
I guess. It depends on the.
I'll be friendly about it anyway. You consider the cost for 70,000 rather than 150. I feel like I'm bargaining here.
That's what you
I feel
do.
like I need to ask where does that number come from? I mean,
Well, it's half of what you're requesting. That's my knee jerk.
75 would be, but.
Well,
Well, what's
to be fair,
5,000
but what's
friends?
$5,000?
He's the type of person who puts a thumb on the scale.
Can you go 5 more?
And I do understand what you're saying, and I concur with that, and I did read the backup where we were unable to utilize any of the funds. So I feel like it's a compromise.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes to change the funding a little bit, I guess I'm good with that. They had done 267 in 05, 06 actual, hot top and things like that have gone up in cost due to the oil increases and whatnot. So,
Yes.
Deal?
yeah, I'll accept
Deal or
that.
no deal?
I mean, I would be able to support that.
I guess,
Withdraw the motion and reestablish it at
75.
75,000.
okay. Mike?
Is the amount of money in the capital reserve account for the road improvement, is that 190,000?
That's the amount to go in.
That's amount to go in, what is in it?
Have that.
And we've just said none of that can be used towards maintenance.
Towards
It can't be used for
of the
maintenance.
roads. That's right.
Can't be
Major
used.
road reconstruction.
Road improvement can't be used to improve the roads.
Can be used to maintain the roads.
Okay, what about the DW Highway Capital Reserve Fund?
If you're working specifically on Daniel Webster Highway, then you could utilize that capital reserve, but specifically Daniel Webster Highway.
Okay, Paul, could I have the amount on the Daniel Webster Highway Capital Reserve Fund total? And on the Road Improvement Reserve Fund?
Daniel Webster Highway, $581,459. Road improvements, $1,290,499.
One more time?
$1,290,499.
Very good.
Can I just make a comment?
Certainly.
I think, and maybe somebody can, maybe Ed or somebody can help clarify, that $1 million is all in the CIP for programs that we're going, and the 190,000 we're adding this year, again, is to drive the CIP that we voted on and approved for bridges and roads and things of that nature.
Tinker Road.
Tinker Road specifically is one of the ones that needs soon, very soon repairs. Okay, thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Where are we on the tally?
75. Oh, sorry. You were asking about the motion.
Net changes, 47,649. That includes the changes Keith also.
Let me re-ask the question. We have a number we're trying to reach. Where are we to that number as we sit here before this motion is voted on?
We're $47,649 under last year's
Okay,
appropriation.
to the good.
To the good.
Okay. All right.
Took out 40 from the library.
Did you add the 14 for the position?
Yes.
Okay, my numbers, I'm not going to question your numbers.
40 down for the library.
Okay, my math is probably wrong. I'm all set.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll go with, that's what we have, so we'll go with it. Unless anybody has a contrary number they want to bring forward. All right, so I guess I'm continuing to go towards one goal, and that's to come up with the same number or less. So, and I can understand where there's a need here per se. I also understand this is, as to use Tom's words, as a go-to account, where it's, don't want to use the word slush fund, but it's an amount that stuff comes and goes out of. So I guess I would ask, and I don't know if it's a fair question, does anyone out there have any, are there other stuff that people have out there that they plan on cutting that's going to be reducing that by 30,000?
I don't specifically at this point. I may as conversations go on, but I think it's a laudable goal, but I get comfortable with a vote like this because I see it as an extremely important, item. And so I have no problem with those of us who want to hold hardcore to a specific line, but it's an issue like this that I believe it's extremely important.
Well, and Finley, that's why I'm listening. The easiest thing in the world to be is for me to vote no and go, ha-ha, look how much I care, and you guys don't care as much as me. That's why I'm trying to look at it, that I do think there's merit to it, and that's why that's the same reason I voted for the clerk position, for that same reason.
And I don't have a problem with a line drawn, for us as individuals. I have no beef with that, so I don't want you to think I do.
Well, no, it's just 47,000 is so close. In other words, we do that now. That's what I'm saying. Part of me saying, geez, we are close. It isn't like we're 47 to the bad. I guess again, my feeling is at the same time, we're also trying to act as seven doing what's right. So even though we have our things, it's also trying to do what's right. All right, I guess I'll have an answer when it's time to vote. Yes, Mike?
I'd like to speak to that. I understand your plight, and Finley, I wholeheartedly agree with that, but unfortunately here, we have a couple $1 million in accounts that Daniel Web's is still a horrible road, much like many of them, and we have a couple $1 million here that we seem to never be doing anything with the road, so I will not support that increase. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else? Tom?
Just as a rebuttal, my understanding is those road improvement funds have to be voted on by the town to actually expend. It took them 3 years to expend money to repair Severance Bridge Road and things of that nature. So it's not that somebody in the town hall is deciding to just not spend the money to fix the roads and just sit on it and take interest. It's that they put projects together and the town voters, people who have the right to decide, have decided not to spend it on those roads at that time. So I take a little bit of exception to what you're saying there, but I certainly understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Betty?
Just for clarification, there is no capital reserve fund to cover the expenses under this line item. Is that a correct statement?
I believe that's a correct statement, yes.
Thank you.
If I may, Dave.
Yes.
In the years ago now, there was a warrant article that dedicated funds for road improvements, and it was a long-term, I want to say a 10-year process that the town went through. 9-year. And it worked well for us, and it was bonded and ran out over a number of years, but that wrapped up probably 8 years ago or something to that effect. And so I think those were the only funds that were dedicated for that type of, situation.
Anybody have anything else? All right, all those in favor of the motion to increase the budget for the roads by 70,000? Say 75, I'm sorry, I have the same thumb on the scale. All those to increase by 75,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions, motion passes 5-0. Okay, Tom, do you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Okay, Betty?
There goes the budget.
I will pass at this time. Mike?
And solid waste,
No, we're in highway
We're
still.
still
still on highway.
We slowed down for you.
He's used to the treadmill.
Actually, I had asked for backup on 8102, the office coordinator, and did we receive, I didn't receive that in my mailbox, did I? I have all that.
Just so you're aware, Mike, too, it's just, I mean, on it, that position has been removed as of now.
Okay, I'm all set.
Okay. Nancy?
All set.
Tom?
Nothing.
Okay. If you bear with me, it's me that I'm delaying here. I'm just looking to see if I can find 35,000 more. I guess if it was there, I'd already have it. So, next. Solid waste. I'll begin with Tom.
I have nothing.
Nancy?
Nothing?
Mike?
I passed, Dave.
Okay, I have nothing. Betty?
We put that,
Excuse me?
we put back in the, well, the town manager put back in the transfer station attendant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then I have nothing.
Tom?
I'm set.
As well.
Okay, Finley, we'll begin with you. Public Works Administration.
As far as changes, nothing, just, I do want to pay attention to the, actually, never mind, I'm all set.
Okay. Tom?
I don't have any adjustments to make right at the moment.
Okay, Betty? Say you all set? Okay. I'll pass. Mike?
Pass.
Nancy?
Nothing?
Tom?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion. Back to me. Make a motion that we cut $83,044 in associated benefits from the Deputy Public Works Director and cut that position from the budget. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay. All right, basically, my discussion is very simple. As I've said before, I believe there's certain areas in administration and supervising that I'm not questioning the work people do. At the same time, I feel as we tighten belts, there's areas that when you cut a position like that, where people above and below can in some areas move up the slack. I agree or at least I see the council agrees, there's areas we need to put money in, such as roads. I also believe there's no such thing as a free lunch or a free ride. And I feel if we're going to be funding that, then we need to cut in the positions that I feel will reduce less services. And in my opinion, I believe that by cutting this position, which again would be about $130,000 when you include everything, I do not believe that the services to the regular citizen will be affected. And that's why I placed that out there. Again, I believe choices have to be made. Tom?
Dave, I'm very much against this cut. Sitting on the planning board and working with DPW over the last several years, last year they came up and asked for yet another professional engineer to work with their department to probably save the town anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000 in expenses on projects that they manage and oversee. And the fact of the matter is that the assistant DPW director is a professional engineer who does work in that capacity on projects in town. And to suddenly reduce our staff in that area, I mean, we basically threw away money last year by deciding not to hire that individual, in my opinion, because we could have saved that kind of money in those projects. To get rid of this position that you're talking about would further hamper our abilities to save money, and we'd have to go even further into consultants to do the engineering work, the professional engineering work required on some of these projects the DPW has been able to manage. It's been my experience over my years on the council that the DPW staff that we have has saved this town untold hundreds of thousands of dollars in cost on projects by being able to manage them and understand what's required and how it's required, and their professional engineering experience has become a tremendous asset to this town. To cut it out, in my opinion, would be cutting off your nose to spite your face. It just is not an appropriate, effective, efficient way to operate the town.
Okay, Tom, with all due respect, I certainly respect your opinion. I don't agree that we'll be spending more on consultants. I also agree every time we use the word professional engineer and then we ask how many times the stamp is ever used, the answer is never, for lack of a better word. It may have been used a few years back. They don't use it. We have two other professional engineers on staff. And the bottom line is, again, I hear your opinions and you have the right to them. It all comes down to what we believe, and that's how we all vote. And I do not believe services will be affected. And I also believe if we're going to add $70,000 to improve the roads, it has to come from somewhere. That's my opinion, and I believe of every position we have, this is the position we can best afford to do without. Anything else? Betty?
As far as consultants are concerned, the way I understand it now, and I hope for clarification, that the amount of money that we expend for consultants is now built into the project cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, once it's built into that project cost, do we recoup any of that money back?
No, those projects are basically town projects, so I would say the answer is no. Yeah. We get a small amount back if we replace the bridge, for example, but that's not the bulk of the work that's being done. So I'd say the answer basically is very, very little money comes back to the town on these projects.
Are there grants out there that are available that we could apply for that would cover or recoup some of this money?
No, because again, it's town, reconstruction projects and rehabilitation projects. There are no grant monies out there for the normal maintenance and design of town infrastructure.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of removing the Deputy Public Works Director and all associated costs from the budget, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Hey.
Abstentions? Motion fails, 6-1-0. Okay. Next up, Fire Department.
Oh, waste, sorry.
Oh, is it?
I'm sorry, no, I'm wrong. I'm going backwards, I apologize. I'm having so much fun,
Please
I
don't
wanna
go
stay.
backwards.
Finley, you're up.
That's it. I'm all set, David.
Tom?
Pass.
Betty?
Give me a minute. Yes, account 8111. Overtime other. I would like to increase that line item by $41,132.
I'm sorry, Betty, could you say that again?
Actually, if you have the packet dated January 18th, budget meeting updated, about halfway through this thick packet is a memorandum. I had actually requested these numbers. It's to reinstate conservatively extra overtime that would bring the level of service somewhat back in line to what we have now.
We were told it would bring it back in line to what we have now.
Okay? To what we have now. You all set, Finley?
I am.
Okay.
Did we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy.
May I ask you, what was the amount again, please?
The amount was $41,132. When we had the overview by the fire department, I listened to several scenarios of response time and so forth and so on. I think that it's important that we make sure that we have enough money for emergency response so that all of us get the service that, I've used the service on a number of occasions. And I don't want to wait 12 or 15 minutes. When there's an emergency at your house, 2 minutes seems like a half an hour. So that's my purpose for increasing this line item by $41,132.
Okay, any further discussion?
I could just ask, Betty, they listed several different numbers and came up with a total recommendation of 76,778. Is it your intention to get to that, or?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'd like to comment on it. I very much appreciate all the work the fire department has done trying to work with overtime. I very much appreciate the work Chief Todd has done. And although I have difficulty, I also have to feel that that safety may be affected, so I will be voting for this. Anything else? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0-0. Betty?
Can you interject for a second? When I looked at these numbers, it looked like the previous year's number was 49,467 was the difference. So I think that they've intentionally come back with a slightly lower number based on the changes that they were going to make, but in an effort to try and bring it back to service. So, I mean, we're still looking at according to my calculations, about a $10,000 reduction in the overtime
But that ain't
if
what
we
they,
get to here.
that isn't what happened, though. What happened is they had said because of changes in the training and that, they could come back with that amount of money and still have the same level of service. We did ask them that, and we went on recess for them to check, and then they said that wasn't the reason. The reason was they've changed how they're doing training, and that's why they felt comfortable.
Okay, they're
bringing
still
that
making
number.
a $10,000 reduction if I sum up the numbers.
Yes, but what I'm saying is they were
Yeah.
saying they're
My-
doing it
my
without
purpose
affecting
was wrong.
service.
Okay, thank you.
Betty?
Under Fire Department, account number 8105. I'd like to add to that account $21,814 even.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy. If you'd like to speak to the
For
motion?
exactly the same reasons as for the other account.
Okay, so you're adding it to overtime?
Correct. These are both overtime accounts.
Okay. Any other discussion? Paul, what's the tally right now?
$68,000 over. $68,483 over.
With the,
With that last motion,
If it passes.
if it passes.
no, no, before the motion that's
The
on.
41.
Okay, so if this passes, we'll be going up to 90,000, so.
If this passes, give me a second. Be 104,129.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, anything else?
Yes. I forgot to indicate, but I guess it's already said that additional $13,832 would be included in Social Security, retirement, workman's compensation for those accounts that I have adjusted.
You want to vote on that because she made her motions quite so specific?
Okay, that's the motion. I move. That
Okay.
amount.
Okay, do we have a second? All those in favor, and discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 700.
Thank you.
Okay, Betty, anything else?
A couple of them left under account number 8107, wages part-time. I would like to eliminate 2,007, well, actually, no. Before I make the motion, I need to ask a question, and that is, under the category of call fire officers, how many of them do we have, Keith?
I'm going to defer.
Currently, we have one call deputy chief and one fire lieutenant, which,
Under the category of call fire officers?
Yes,
In the
one.
amount of $8,775?
yes, we have one.
That's one.
There should be two there, but because of,
What have you got budgeted for, two or one?
there's two there.
There's two there?
Because currently, there are two pieces of apparatus up there, and each one of those requires an officer.
Okay, under line number 8107, wages part-time, I move that we deduct $7,135.
Okay, attributed to?
Call fire officers, we only have 8 active call personnel at this time. So I'm allotting for 1 officer.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Betty, seconded by Nancy.
Associated costs?
That goes with everything.
Okay.
No, I mean, we said that earlier, that's the
And
only reason.
associated costs.
Oh, you're reminding us. Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion?
I'd like to better understand what we're.
There's another
what we're
one,
doing.
too. I mean, there's more than one.
More than one.
On what?
Was the motion done?
Well, did my motion get seconded?
Yes.
Okay. The explanation is, under call fire officers, we have appropriated $8,775. I broke that in half. And the other one is call deputy fire chief with a monthly salary of $229. At this point, we have tried to address the situation with our full-time staff. As far as the call firefighters, which I totally support, and I've made that well known, it is in fact support staff, number 1. And number 2, we only have currently 8 active call firefighters on the department. So I don't think that 8, 10, or even a dozen call firefighters would require a salaried deputy fire chief. Nor do I think that all 8 of them would respond at the same time under normal circumstances, and that's why I have 1 officer for the call fire department and not 2 at this time. If those change next year, we can review it. That's my rationale.
Tom?
This budget is not for current time, it's for June, it's for July through June of next year, so we're talking almost a year and a half out. I wanted to encourage,
I'm confused. What do you mean, a year and a half out?
while you're budgeting through the year, a year and a half out from now.
Right, but also we're also budgeting 5 months from now.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, I'm just saying, there's a year and a half is the
Well,
farthest
From
end.
6 months to a year and a half from
Okay.
now, we're trying to cover. And
Good
so
enough, Tom.
we're predicting into the future what we're going to hire or what we're going to be able to attract.
Yeah.
Or what we're, and I don't think that if we cut this out, we're going to attract anybody. And I would like to have the option and the ability for the small amount of money that we're talking about to bring that call fire force in, if at all possible, and save having, to call back full-time people if those call people will in fact respond or can respond, or if the department does get staffed to that level. Obviously, we won't spend it on that money if those people aren't there. And for the small change that I think you're talking about affecting, I think we'd be better off to leave that lure out there to bring in people.
Okay, Finley?
I initially was agreeing with Betty's proposal, but I too am hoping that the call department will grow substantially in the fire department, and for that reason, as they go forward for the next year, I'd like to leave it in just so we can see if that happens in next year. If it doesn't happen, I'll throw in the towel on the whole concept, because I've been wishing for this for about 7 years now, and it hasn't come to fruition.
Betty?
I think that we've made it quite clear that we support our firefighters, and we also support our full-time employees in this department in particular. And if you take into consideration what a shift consists of, including a lieutenant and a captain and during the course of the day where they indicate that they can't get anybody to respond, I think that there's enough people that are in charge of the fire scene, and there may be times, and we also have, we have several of the administration that goes out on a regular basis to all of these fires. So, I added a significant amount of money. I am just trying to cut some areas where I don't see a need for a salaried deputy fire chief. For the call department, I just don't think it's necessary right now, and I think at this point, even if they expand, I think that one call officer, because the reality is that that call officer may not be available, or even if there's two there, it may not be available, and they're going to take the direction from full-time staff being lieutenants and captains that are on every single shift.
Anybody have anything else? What's the total of the amount? Of the amount of the cut?
7135
Okay.
plus whatever.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Motion fails 4-3. Those voting against, well, it failed with 3, so. Those voting for the motion were Betty, myself, and Nancy. Those voting against it was Tom, Mike, Tom, and Finley. Okay. Betty, you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, 8103, wages supervisory. Okay, in this area, I have a couple of positions I was looking at cutting, and I guess I will start. First was the administrative officer. I thought I gave it. 8103. And I am looking to cut $79,005 from the budget in the position of 5 administrative office, and that amount includes all wages and benefits. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion?
Okay, motion made by myself, seconded by Betty. I basically go with, I've tried to listen to the feelings of the town manager, the fire department, and everyone else. And for that reason, I voted to support reinstating all of the overtime that they requested. On the other end, as I have said before, I feel there needs to be areas where when you take from one, you have to put it somewhere else. And my feeling is, looking at the job descriptions, that even though everyone works very hard, I do believe this isn't a position, but just reading the description and the examples of duties where the position will be filled in by other people working above and below. I don't have a whole lot to go. It's not easy putting up any positions, but the bottom line is, when it comes to having whether it be the firefighters or whether it be the administration, it is my opinion that this position can be served. If you ask me to choose between overtime and someone showing up at someone's house to save a life, or whether it means one other position, I have to. I mean, I look at, we have fire chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, administrative officer, captain, lieutenant, before we get into the firefighters. So I could talk all day on it, but the bottom line is, no cut's easy. I believe this is an area where if we try and balance the budget, if I have to vote to put in money for overtime, which I was willing to do, I believe it still needs to come somewhere. There's no free ride. So that's my reasoning. Further discussion? Finley?
Actually, Dave, I think I'd like to amend your proposal. And I'd like to include, I'd like to change the amount to the Assistant Chief position of $76,908 and the associated costs, and I would like to have that dollar amount left at the town manager's discretion to decide what would be best served. as far as the running of the department.
So you're saying that the amendment would be that we would put the amount for the assistant fire chief and associated costs, and it would be up to the town manager to decide what positions were cut?
Yes.
I would be comfortable with restating my motion.
And then I'd like to speak to that, well, if it's a restated motion, I'll let you speak
Yeah.
on this. I'm just not comfortable personally with getting to that degree. I don't know what's appropriate, what's not, and I didn't, if there was something in the information that we received over the weekend, I didn't go through it, so I don't know if it was spoken to in there, but that's why.
Okay. Well, I'd like to restate the motion, Finley, as I can per the rules. And let me just get this. And I do have the amount that would include the extra costs. So the motion I will be making now will be to remove $111,817 from the budget. That position would be equal to the position of the Assistant Fire Chief, but the funds may be removed in administrative offices in any way the town manager desires. Do I have a second to that restated motion? Okay, motion made to remove $111,817. No name or title has been put on it, and it is the direction of the town manager to remove it. And I'd like to speak to it real quick, Finley. Again, I don't like getting into, I look at an area of, I won't get into that, but the people serving, the overtime needed to serve, and then the chiefs, or the assistant chiefs, or whatever, and that's an area I felt that we would be best served by. I am comfortable with not picking which is the better one. I actually did speak to the town manager about if there was a thing, and with everything going on, no position ever came back to me that I'm aware of, and that's why I went with that position. So I am comfortable with putting the funds in there of $111,817 and letting the town manager decide the best way to remove those funds. Finley?
Actually, I've already, I think, stated, I just am not comfortable with actually picking something like that because I just don't know to the level of detail I think necessary to make that decision. But I think that Keith has that, will have that opportunity, and I think that's appropriate.
Okay. Any further discussion? Tom?
I think I can support this, although I must admit, I'm a little surprised that this is not going to have any net effect on the budget. We're just taking it out of a particular line and giving it to the town manager for his discretion.
No, it would have a net effect on the budget. It'd be removing $111,000 from the budget, but he would decide position-wise what positions he removed.
Is that?
That's correct. If you're asking me.
Yeah, I was trying to understand. I thought, okay. I thought the wording was to, well, and again, it's the wording that you gave to it, so.
My intention was to, based on what Finley had said, to remove that amount and have it removed from administrative offices and let the town manager decide how he wants to restructure or remove it. That was the intention of the motion.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstention? Motion passes 6-1-0, and the amount removed is $111,817. What's the tally?
Now you discover that.
$7,688 to the good.
Okay, very good. Mike?
Good.
7,000.
Fine.
I had a query about the fuel for the ambulance garage. There's 2,000 gallons in here for that building, and
What line item is that?
that's in 8243.
Yes, sir.
Back 2 or 3 years ago, we had, before I came upstairs, there was a proposal that was set forth to move fire prevention up to the ambulance garage.
Right.
Because of the fact of, it brings them closer to community development and stuff like that. So that building was going to be occupied. And actually, as recent as a couple weeks ago, I had a brief discussion with the town manager regarding doing, moving forward with that process. So that's why the additional costs are in there to actually make that building occupied. And currently, that building is occupied by the building and grounds supervisor.
Okay. Well, I was looking for the amount of fuel that building has been consuming. Given the vagaries of, you got like I said, I got a 2,800-foot house,
Right.
okay, that can't be any more better insulated than the building you've got over there.
Yeah.
Because of its age.
Yeah, that's a brick building, and it doesn't have a lot of insulation in it.
Right.
And that's the number that we had come up with,
Based on,
based on degree, usage, and so forth.
what'd you use, how much fuel did you use there last year?
I don't know. I'd have to defer to Paul, do you know that?
I don't think this answers your question, but just to maybe complicate things.
We could use that.
Just what we need at 10 o'clock.
So I apologize.
That's okay.
There was a 7.5% cut to that as part of my proposal, just so you're aware. And it doesn't answer the 2,000 gallons, I understand that, but there is a reduction to some degree in that. So I apologize.
I'm going to stop
That's your
here.
energy savings, 7.5%?
Yes, sir.
We've just burned up whatever time and effort would have gone into any reduction I may have proposed. I'll let it go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Right, that's it on the fire department. Betty?
Let's go back, please.
Yep.
Back to what?
Since you wouldn't support my first motion, I'm gonna go back to 8107 again, wages part-time. Since we're gonna have 2 fire officers in there. As minimal as it may be, it's not minimal to me, it's 2,000, I move that we reduce that line item by $2,748 for the call deputy fire chief, which is a salaried position.
Do we have a second? I will second that. Discussion, Betty?
I just don't understand why we need a salaried
Deputy Fire Chief.
deputy fire chief
Okay.
for the call department.
It has 8 officers right now.
Oh, it's got 2 in here now for.
Yeah, no, I
for
agree.
For the call department.
So right now, there's
I don't
2
know why we need a
officers.
salaried person.
So right, if this budget goes the way it is, we'll have 8 officers, we'll have 8 firefighters in the call, 2 officers and 1 deputy
Yeah, 1 deputy on salary.
on salary, and 2 officers and 8 firefighters.
Well, yeah, the way the other thing that they have structured, they've got, usually they've got it, for the call officers, they've got
Right.
hours, so they may not expend that money.
Right.
Okay, so I can live with that. They may not expend that money.
But either
because
way,
then-
you would still have 2
Well, we've got a
officers.
salaried person, we've got the call deputy fire chief, it's a salaried position.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on that?
Yeah, can somebody, Chief, can you tell me what the deputy call chief does?
What the call deputy chief does is he's the liaison between the full-time staff and the call staff. He attends the senior staff meetings every month. So we give him the information, and he coordinates all the training along with the lieutenant. He coordinates all the training. The call deputy and the training deputy communicate to coordinate all the training and the activities of the call department within that particular month.
So that when I see that call crew up at the North Fire Station on a Saturday morning. It's to either do whatever required work they have up in that building, and also any possible training that might be going on up there.
Yes,
And he's the person that coordinates all that.
yes.
Okay. I just object to that, to the reduction. I think it's ridiculous, but anyway.
Is he an
Tom, one thing
instructor?
we said when we did the rules and procedures, we would refrain from using any type of words like that, like someone else's motion ridiculous.
And you're
I'm just saying we
absolutely
did-
correct, Mr. Chairman, and I offer my apologies and.
Because I'm just saying, we've worked hard to try and stay within the framework.
And I apologize for
Okay,
that.
thank you. Betty?
Sorry, Betty.
Is the deputy fire chief certified for instruction? I had asked you, when you presented your
About
budget,
instructors?
on who were certified instructors. You indicated your top four personnel, your top four including yourself.
Right.
Is the deputy fire chief?
An instructor. I don't believe he is, no.
So he's just a messenger?
Yes.
Do the call officers go to your staff meetings?
When they can make it, not all the time.
Thank you. That could be better.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, the amount of the reduction? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, abstentions? Motion fails 6-2, with Betty and Dave opposing, everyone else. Betty and Dave in the affirmative, everyone else opposing. Okay, we all set on the fire department. Where are we right now?
$7,688 for good.
Okay, my recommendation, although I'll listen to everyone, is we did put tomorrow as an agenda item. As much as we may wish it upon ourselves, I think it'd be not realistic to think we're going to go through communications, police, media, and general government in an hour time. My recommendation would be we adjourn this evening and come back tomorrow under the new agenda, which allowed us to catch up. But again, I will listen to everyone.
Motion to recess till tomorrow evening?
Okay, only question on that is, do we want to recess or do we want to adjourn? And I'm only asking that because we have a posted agenda for tomorrow.
I don't think it matters, but.
Oh, okay. Don't matter?
I don't think it matters at all, sir.
Okay, motion to recess by Tom?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes. 601, Keith?
Sorry, can I just ask for clarification on one thing? The departments that you've gone through so far, do the departments need to come back tomorrow evening? Do you expect any further questions for the departments?
I'm hearing Betty saying it's possible that other departments could come up, and I think she's right to say that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. Nice job.